Football Friday here on WGR, the Bills and the Saints on Sunday. And the Bills are looking like they are not going to have Matt Milano or Ed Oliver again. Neither have practiced throughout the week. Yesterday was the same. Did not practice. Milano with a pectoral injury. Ed Oliver with an ankle injury. Still no Spencer Brown at practice. Calf injury. Less concern about him, but we'll see about game designations today when Sean McDermott joins the Extra Point Show a little bit later on this morning. A.J. Epinesa limited for the second day in a row for the Bills with a pec injury as well. For New Orleans, meanwhile, Chase Young at defensive end not practicing on Thursday with the calf injury that he's been dealing with. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. To Thursday Night Football, Seattle winning over Arizona 23-20. Last night, the Cardinals put together a 14-point comeback in the fourth quarter, but then a long field goal by Seattle wins it as the clock expired. Ryder Cup starts this morning. Little after 7 o'clock, Bryson DeChambeau, Justin Thomas teeing off for the U.S. at Bethpage Black. We'll talk more about it with Brian Koziel coming up a little bit as well. And the Sabres were in action last night in preseason game number 3 in Detroit. They fall 5-2. Alex Gorgiev was the Sabres goaltender throughout the night. Their next up preseason game is Saturday, tomorrow at 3 p.m. That'll be at KeyBank Center against the Red Wings. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
Yeah, the challenge is, again, they're going to have their ears pinned back. They want to win as badly as anybody in the league right now, and there's no easy games in this league. They're going to come out, they're going to have their best shot, and we got to figure out how to stop that and adjust accordingly.
The screen pass to Shakir, has a blocker in front, racing to the end zone, and he's in. It's a 15-yard screen pass for a touchdown.
Pause is a dog, the way he attacks in the run game and then catches he's made in those critical moments. So it's cool to see.
Allen gonna roll left, looking for someone in the end zone, and now Shovel passes it complete to Jackson Hawes for his first career touchdown.
You have James Cook and you have our offensive line, and then you have our skill guys handing the ball off and letting James do his thing.
Hand off to Cook, who goes into the end zone almost untouched for a 2-yard touchdown run. The Cook is in the kitchen.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, Bills and Saints, get hyped. Couple of days away. I did some math yesterday to see if the Bills cannot catch New Orleans in a certain stat or department on Sunday or by the end of this season, and I was trying to see if they could, but they cannot. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Nope.
At all. New Orleans has the best record in Highmark Stadium ever. And that includes the Bills, like by win percentage. New Orleans is number 1. They're 4-1, so it's only 5 games. Only 1 win though for the Bills against the Saints at home ever at this stadium.
Got to get the monkey off the back this year.
Yeah, but if they were to lose tomorrow or on Sunday, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. 65% win percentage. What's the Bills' win percentage? What would you guess it is, by the way, at home? All time at Highmark Stadium.
51%.
That's what I would have thought too. It's way better than that. It's like 600. It's 600.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have a very good record at home.
I think probably the last half decade has done a pretty good job of boosting that number
I think
up.
there are 2 pockets of like 7 years that have inflated that a lot and carried the rest of it. They can't catch New Orleans. They could win out their home games, and New Orleans can lose to the Bills tomorrow, and the Saints will retire with the greatest record at Highmark Stadium ever.
Even with 2 playoff wins here?
Yeah, 2. I did it with 2. I didn't do it with 3, but it's not enough of a difference.
Yeah.
Then I don't think the Bills are going to have a third home playoff game
God,
anyway.
if they do.
Unless, for some reason...
They blow it. in the regular
The Super Bowl's got to be played in Buffalo, guys, because the field isn't up to snuff. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. That's okay, though. They're going to win on Sunday. Everybody thinks they're going to win on Sunday. Is it offensive to just keep putting it that way? I'm doing it without even thinking. Like, I almost caught myself in midair, like, they're going to win on Sunday. But there's just no doubt anywhere, right?
There are quite a few people that exist today that are still like, they play down to their opponent, and like, you know that these games always end up close. And I'm like, I don't remember. Like, what games have you been watching?
I've heard that this week. By the way,
the largest, like,
favorite in the league.
Well, just like over the last couple of years, like their margin of victory against bad teams. Yeah. They beat bad teams badly more than anyone in football does. Mm-hmm. Their point differential since basically Josh Allen's been Josh Allen. Yeah. It's like 100 points higher than the next team. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's like leftover drought.
Maybe. Is there a game that also is doing that? Even if it's only one or two.
A couple of Dolphins games, maybe. A Jets game here.
The Dolphins, though, have never been 16-point underdogs.
But they are. But like also, like a lot of people were upset about last week's game. It's a division game. It's the first game of like where you're not gonna have all of your cards on the table. I don't know. Is there a game where the Bills were supposed to just absolutely crush a team and they kept them in it?
There's one, but I think it's only one, and that's why like I heard the same thing you did this week, just from a couple people. Like, they once in a while play down to their opponent, and I thought like, is that true? There's really only one example that comes to mind for me, and it is the infamous Urban Meyer loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars, which is on the road. And it's the weirdest football game ever, right? What the final score is 9-6, right?
Yeah, that was.
And they were. I'll look, but they were probably a big favorite in that game. That's a bad Jaguars team.
That was a weird year for the Bills, though.
Not the weirdest though. Little weird.
They were not dominant.
But it wasn't the Dorsey year where we couldn't figure out what was wrong with their
Yeah, it wasn't 2022.
No. So. Yes, though, like there was that Packer game where they won it, and we're like, something doesn't look right here. Like that's when we first started thinking about their offense changing into something different. And then that Jacksonville game happened. But is that it? The other game that comes to mind is the game the Bills won. In fact, I'm going to look. I wonder, because I meant to look, when's the last time a underdog that was this
bad?
But 16-point underdog or more won outright, not just covered, won outright against their opponent. The Bills did do it
recently.
In Allen's rookie year.
Allen's rookie year.
Can you think of it? Allen's rookie year. I think they were 17-point underdogs.
Oh, it was the Minnesota game.
I'm pretty sure, and they blew them out.
Yeah, they smoked Minnesota.
Like craziest result of that season, maybe by
it also was. That was the moment where everybody realized Josh Allen occurred. Like he was there. It had happened.
Or at least that he Diggs used to tell this story. That's when I realized I didn't know if he was going to be great, but I knew he had that dog in him. That day. Because that's the Superman dive to the end zone, right, on a rushing touchdown. That's when he jumps over Anthony Barr. So that was a little bit of his arrival. Some of it. The biggest point spreads in the league. I mean, I can think of a 27-point spread like 10 years ago. That's the record, I think. Denver was undefeated and played the Jaguars, who were like the worst team in the league. So that's one of them. From the Bills' perspective, the Bills have been a heavier favorite than this. I believe it's only one time. So they were a 17.5-point favorite against Houston. Remember that game? 2021?
Was that...
This is going to go along with you thinking like, no, I think they blow these teams out a lot.
That was that the neck game? Long neck. What's his name? Quarterback? Or was it...
The neck game.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do not know what you're talking about.
What's the quarterback with the neck?
Well, it's not Mike Glennon, if that's who you're thinking.
No, the other one.
Oh, Davis Mills.
Davis Mills, the neck game.
Is it bad that I know the two quarterbacks you're talking about?
I mean...
they won that game 40-0. So they didn't play down to their opponent that day. The Bills' biggest spread, 17.5 against Houston in 2021. They won 40-0. 16.5 point favorites over the Jets in 22. They won 27-10. Game was never close. They were, okay, here's one where you could say they played down a little bit, but they won. They were 15.5 point favorites against the Giants on Sunday Night Football.
Okay, 2 years ago.
And they won 14-9, and it came down 3 years ago. Came down to the last play 2 years ago.
It was 2 years ago, yeah.
Came down to the last play. But they won. So they didn't lose it, but okay, there you go. Atlanta in 22, they were a 14.5 point favorite. They won by 14.
Have they played with their food, which I love is like a way of describing what we're talking about.
Yeah.
In the Joe Brady era.
Have they played with their food?
Have they underperformed against teams that they had in games they had large spreads with Joe Brady? Joe Brady in this offense. So, this is, I think, an interesting point because I don't know if we've had a chance to. I know we haven't had a chance to talk about this. Mm-hmm. We'll probably talk about it in pregame on Sunday a little bit. But this week there was a lot of conversation about the last game and the Bills not, pushing the ball down the field and the short passing game, blah, blah, blah. And I'll say this. Mm-hmm. Under Joe Brady, have we seen the most consistent version of not only Josh Allen, but this offense from all the pieces working together? They can throw the football. They can run the football. Because I'm remembering when both Dorsey and when Brian Dable were here, I remember when Josh Allen became great, the thing was they need a conventional running game. They need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off to someone. Mm-hmm. And everyone's like, well, Devin Singletary's fine. Mm-hmm. And he was fine.
He was a fine running back.
Good.
Yeah.
And now that the Bills have a good running back, like maybe it's just personnel, but since Brady has been here, this offense has been as close to perfect as an NFL offense can be with a large enough sample size to actually acknowledge it and say that's probably one of the most impressive feats over the last 18 months. Mm-hmm. Is what Joe Brady's done with this Bills offense. And it's a shock to me that he is still here.
Yeah. It's kind of how are they... Because you're right. They play very differently. And how does that relate to when they play a team that is just not in the same ballpark as them?
The way that they win offensively mm-hmm. is so efficient and so consistent mm-hmm. that... And how about this, too? I think the bar, a little bit of the conversation about why people this week have been like, oh, they play down to their opponent, when I just don't think there's actually examples of that in not so recent history. But I think a little of it is where I've been probably since 2020, which is the bar for me for this offense with Josh Allen has gone so high that a game where they score 31 points, beat their opponent by 10 on a short week in a division opponent, people are like, the hell is that? It went 2 drives, and they didn't do anything against the worst defense in football. I mean, that secondary is terrible. They should have put up 100. And they scored 30 on a short week with a pretty condensed playbook, and we're talking about... We're almost making up this reality that, well, the Bills, they play down to their opponents and they don't really take care of business. They keep, what was the thing that I heard said? Well, they play down to their opponent, but it's they don't play at the same level. They don't get up for these games. I'm like, I don't know that's... I don't get it.
I don't see evidence of that.
Is it that the bar has just gotten so high for the offense?
I think so. I mean, the other thing, too, is that they I don't know that they can't just drop the hammer on a bad team like this if they really want to. That's kind of what last week was a little bit for me, is trying to figure out, okay, how much of Miami staying close was not just what they did, but what the Bills decided to do. Because I saw so many clips after the fact of Dalton Kincaid or Keon Coleman, or on one instance Josh Palmer, running open down the field, and Allen not taking the risk and just taking a 5-yard pass to James Cook or a 5-yard pass to Kincaid on one of the other ones, and not risking those plays down the field, but seeing them. And he's Josh Allen. If he's gonna if there's 5 of those plays that were available to him against the Dolphins and he decided not to take any of them, if he decided to take all 5, maybe he throws 1 pick, but maybe he hits on 3 of them, and the Bills win the game by 21. But they didn't think they needed it, and they didn't think they needed to take the risk. But those plays were there. Yeah. Miami backed up as much as they wanted. That secondary is the worst in football, and Daniel Jones carved them up down the field. If Allen wanted to carve them up down the field in that game, I think it was there for him. They just didn't think they needed it. So what am I to do with that? Because I don't want to give the Dolphins credit then for keeping the game close. I think that's just kind of it's one of those results that is just, this is how the Bills play now. It's how the league is.
2 bad drives in that game. I think there was 2 bad drives that were uncharacteristic drives, and I think it skewed, largely a pretty good performance.
Right. So, this week against New Orleans, why should I expect them to
do anything different than
anything different? If those plays are available down the field, but they're not wide open, by the way. These plays would take good throws.
There's windows.
Yeah, there's windows. It would take a good throw by Josh Allen. Should I expect him to try to wire it in there this week? Or why wouldn't I think their offense moves the sticks? It gets 4 or 5 yards at a time, even on some of their worst plays, and they don't they don't have turnovers. When they play that way. They don't take sacks playing that way. So that formula works. So even if it does maybe sometimes play into what an underdog might want, why should I expect the Bills to do anything different than what we've seen when they're winning games this way?
I also think last week against Seattle that New Orleans was a victim of a game plan that ended up having 2 big special teams plays.
Yeah, I was going to say special teams.
And a big play down the field of Torrey Horton, who, by the way, is good.
Yeah,
he's good.
Yeah, we'll get to last night's game a little bit. He didn't do a ton last night, did he? But
he's good.
But he's a good player.
They've got a good little trio of receivers. But, the Bills, to win like that in the NFL, even against NFL teams, you're not doing it by running the ball 45 times typically. You need some special teams plays. You need a couple of big plays, and you need the other team to go 3 and out a bunch and not take up a lot of clock. So, the Bills had 4 drives in the first half. Seattle had 8. Mm-hmm. So, that matters in those types of blowouts. And I think the way that the Bills run the football, they're probably never going to have 8 first-half possessions. It's just probably not going to happen.
That's where, I'm always caught in between because you can't really... It's hard to disagree with how they play. Look at what they've done.
It's repeatable.
Look at what they've done the last year. Really this year more impressively, but their offense moves and, just their ability to not have negative plays is unbelievable. Yeah. But I do think it's odd because the part of me that makes me think is, can this last forever, or is this the right strategy? Is it plays right into what an underdog would want to do?
Yeah.
What would an underdog want to do
the ball
against
away
the Bills?
From the offense?
Yeah, bleed the clock. Yep. Play a long game with not a lot of possessions, and the fewer and fewer possessions you get if you're a big underdog,
the more perfect you have to play.
Right, and the more margin for error there is. The Bills play perfect though. That's the thing.
They do, yeah.
To think if I just get 1 or 2 mistakes from the Bills, and there's only if there's only 8 drives in the game on each side, if I can get it down to that, and I get 1 or 2 mistakes,
you could guarantee those 1 or 2 mistakes.
But you're also going to have 12 drives on each side, as opposed to 8.
Yeah.
So that's why the Bills led the league in turnovers over the course of 4 years, and they had the best record in football. That's kind of where...
And then they've shifted, and they still have the best record in football.
Exactly. Now they're doing it the other way, and they have the best record in football. So it's maybe does any of this even matter then?
Nope,
at that point?
Probably not.
Because they did it one way, and they had the best record, and now they're doing it this way and the best record.
We spent 21 minutes talking about it.
I know. 803-0550 is the phone number. Well, they're a big favorite this week, and I don't think, as much as I can say, I don't know if, limiting the amount of possessions you have is the best way to go against a big underdog. I can't see any outcome where the Saints are keeping it close. Dan in North Tonawanda wants to get in on this. What's up, Dan?
Good morning, gentlemen. So I would look at it this way, and I think to your point earlier, I believe these games were during the Dorsey era, not the Joe Brady era. But the three games that I think that of recent memory that stick out to me, why people have this, they play down to their competition or they're playing with their food mentality. I personally don't think that this week, but I think the reason why. So the three games that come to mind, number one is the Minnesota game where the Bills fumbled the ball, I think, 3 times, and it took a fourth fumble for them to finally win, but Minnesota, that is. There was the Denver game with that really lousy field goal situation at the end. And then I know with extenuating circumstances, the Patriots win game, right? And the only reason I'm bringing those up is because all of those games had one common theme, which was bonehead decisions on defense. And the fact that they did not have that killer instinct, they were playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And that unfortunately, that has not had any changeover. That's still McDermott. And I think that's why people have that little bit of hesitancy as far as saying, like, oh, yeah, they're going to blow people away. All the stats, all of the information available shows that they traditionally dominate teams like these. But it's just how knowing that you don't have that, what I would call killer instinct until the playoffs, I think is what's hanging out in people's minds. And the only thing that I'm thinking in my head is you are playing these, bottom of the barrel teams. Why show everything that you're going to have in your playbook if you don't have to? Save that for the playoffs or save that for a higher competition later in the year.
Dan, what was it? You said the Minnesota game, the Denver game, and what game?
The Patriots win
game. Okay. Let me just start by those 3 games because all 3 of them literally needed acts of God for the Bills to win. Justin Jefferson. By the way, that Minnesota team was 13-4 and won the most one-score games in NFL history in a season. So that's not really them playing down to there. The Bills needed to fumble on their 1-yard line and then have one of the greatest catches of all time in that game, and then him throw 2 interceptions late in that game. Like, they needed acts of God to win by 3. The Denver game needed to have one of the most boneheaded timeout calls of all time.
Well, there was the 12 men on the field.
12 men, I'm sorry. 12 men on the field.
Yeah.
Like, that was an egregious position. And then the win game, they literally needed gale force wins to win by, 4 points?
And a lot needed to happen along the way.
Yes.
Turnovers. The Bills also didn't realize until the second half that they actually could throw the football.
Yes.
Like, they went...
Oh, wait, we don't have to play 19-20 style?
They realized Allen could actually throw it through the wind, and they started moving the ball a little bit, but it was too late. Right, like, those are...
acts of God.
But listen, like, that is how you lose a big spread game like that, is something fluky happens.
I don't think that Vikings game was a big spread.
I'll look, but probably not. Their record was probably too good. And that's what you would need in this game, but I don't know what that looks like. The weather's gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be that.
Yeah, it's
so I don't know. The record on this, and then we gotta take a break. Gina, we'll get to you on the other side. The Bills are, in some places, they're a 15.5-point favorite. In some places, they're a 16.5-point favorite. In the NFL in the last 5 years, 19 times a team has been a 15.5-point favorite or more. And in those 19 games, they've won outright in all but one. There's one upset, and it was the Jets beating the Rams in 2020. So you got to go back to the COVID game to find a time that a favorite this big didn't at least win the game. And honestly, like, all these teams covered. Like, they blew them out. 35-10, 35-9, 31-5, 49-17, 40-0. There's that Bills-Texans game from years ago. 31-3. Like, most times in the league when a team is favored by this much, it ends up working out that way. 803-0550 is the phone number. We're waiting on Brian Koziel. He is at Bethpage Black, or he's getting set up down at Bethpage Black. The Ryder Cup is starting in about a half hour or a little over that. Bryson DeChambeau, Justin Thomas, the first off the tee for the U.S. So I'm excited to talk some Ryder Cup with Brian. I tried to wear a little Ryder Cup-y, style.
I was going
uniform today,
but then I got a new hat, so
it's the rivalry series.
Yeah,
right?
I got this one, and I got a pretty cool corduroy one too.
Speaking of rivalry series, we'll get to the Cardinals-Seahawks game a little bit later on as well. You might have gone to bed last night before that game was over, thinking Arizona had no life whatsoever. Like, if you would watch the first half, The Cardinals looked lifeless. And if I told you they came back to tie that game at the end,
I would have been surprised.
You'd been stunned.
I felt pretty good about going to sleep, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
I felt pretty good about it.
But they came back, but only to lose at the very end. So a little bit more on that game as well. But if you got a thought on Bills and Saints, and I don't know, is there any credence at all to or worry about the Bills playing down to bad opponents? Because I don't think you're hearing from me and Nate. We don't really think that that's the case with them. 803-0550, the phone number. Brian Cozy along the way as well. Your phone calls. We've got Sal Kapacio at 8 o'clock on the Bills injuries and how we gauge that going into Sunday. Chris Brown at 8:30. So Football Friday all coming up on the way here on WGR.
This week, there was a lot of conversation about the last game and the Bills not, pushing the ball down the field and the short passing game, blah, blah, blah. And I'll say this. Under Joe Brady, have we seen the most consistent version of not only Josh Allen, but this offense from all the pieces working together? They can throw the football. They can run the football. Because I'm remembering when both Dorsey and when Brian Dable were here, I remember when Josh Allen became great, the thing was they need a conventional running game. They need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off to someone. And everyone's like, well, Devin Singletary's fine. And he was fine.
He was a fine running back.
Good.
Yeah.
And now that the Bills have a good running back, like maybe it's just personnel, but since Brady has been here, this offense has been as close to perfect as an NFL offense can be, with a large enough sample size to actually acknowledge it and say that's probably one of the most impressive feats over the last 18 months is what Joe Brady's done with this Bills offense. And it's a shock to me that he is still here.
Yeah. It's kind of how are they, because you're right, they play very differently, and how does that relate to when they play a team that is just not in the same ballpark as them?
The way that they win offensively is so efficient and so consistent that and how about this too? I think the bar, a little bit of the conversation about why people this week have been like, oh, they play down to their opponent, when I just don't think there's actually examples of that in not so recent history. But I think a little of it is where I've been probably since 2020, which is the bar for me for this offense with Josh Allen has gone so high that a game where they score 31 points, beat their opponent by 10 on a short week in a division opponent, people are like, the hell is that? It went 2 drives, and they didn't do anything against the worst defense in football.
They're going to win on Sunday. Everybody thinks they're going to win on Sunday. Is it offensive to just keep putting it that way? I'm doing it without even thinking. I almost caught myself in midair, they're going to win on Sunday. But there's just no doubt anywhere, right?
There are quite a few people that exist today that are still they play down to their opponent, and you know that these games always end up close. And I'm like, I don't remember. What games have you been watching?
I've heard that this week. By the way,
the largest
favorite in the league.
Well, just over the last couple of years, their margin of victory against bad teams.
Yeah.
They beat bad teams badly more than anyone in football does. Their point differential since basically Josh Allen's been Josh Allen, is like 100 points higher than the next team.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if it's like leftover drought.
Maybe. Is there a game that also is doing that? Even if it's only one or two.
A couple of Dolphins games, maybe. A Jets game here.
The Dolphins, though, have never been 16-point underdogs.
But they are. But also, a lot of people were upset about last week's game. It's a division game. It's the first game of where you're not gonna have all of your your cards on the table.
Bills and Saints on Sunday. The Bills a big favorite in this game. They are likely not going to have Matt Milano or Ed Oliver for Sunday, but we'll see from Sean McDermott as he joins the Extra Point Show a little bit later on this morning. Oliver not practicing again yesterday with an ankle injury. Matt Milano not practicing with a pec injury. Spencer Brown, a non-participant for the second day in a row with a calf. And A.J. Epinesa limited on Thursday with a pectoral injury. For New Orleans, Chase Young not practicing second day in a row for him. He also is dealing with a calf injury. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. To Thursday Night Football, Seahawks win over the Cardinals 23-20. Arizona roared back to tie the game late in the fourth quarter, but the Seahawks got a game-winning field goal as time expired to improve to 3-1 on the season. Another good game from Sam Darnold, 242 yards and a touchdown passing for him. Ryder Cup gets rolling in just a little bit here, little over a half hour away. Bryson DeChambeau, Justin Thomas, the first pairing off for Team USA. Sabres in action last night, 5-2 loss to Detroit in Detroit. Their next up is tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock at home against the Red Wings again. Just a couple more preseason games, and we are now under 2 weeks away from the season opener. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
On third downs, just making sure that we're more so on the same page and not getting put on our heels more often. And I feel like that's something that I'm not saying we easily can fix it, but we can fix it. So just showing that kind of, I'd say, edge and that being ready is going to be a huge help for us.
Dion Dawkins, the Bills and the Saints on Sunday. So I mentioned some of the stats, some of the numbers on teams that are this big of a favorite, 15.5 or more, because that's the lowest you're going to find the Bills right now. You can still find them at 16.5 some places, but whatever. Since the NFL merger, so all the way back to 1970, they got the data on this. I guess they've been making lines for a long time. Since the merger, NFL teams that are 15.5 point favorites or greater are 193, 16-1.
Pretty good.
Like, almost always, they're winning the game at least. Maybe not always blowing them out, but winning the game at least. So, I know that's not how the team's going to do it, right? You'll hear Sean McDermott talk about that today when he's on with Sal. Like, their mindset is not that, but that's fine. We're not players.
We are not.
In the locker room. Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary here on WGR. Brian Koziel is on his way to Bethpage Black. We're going to work him in the show whenever he gets in there and gets settled. The Ryder Cup's coming up in just a little bit. So if you hear me or Nate like in the middle of a point and then we go in the middle, yeah, we're gonna have the Ryder Cup on in here in a matter of
Owen
moments.
should get like a little picture-in-picture. Like, have the Ryder Cup playing in the background and just yours and I, like, in small boxes.
Yeah, so he's definitely not allowed to do the broadcast version, though. But is there like a game cast? You know, like in baseball,
there
like
is.
on the apps where like it shows the virtual pitch coming in.
Yes.
Is there like a virtual golf?
There is a
thing for that.
There is like it's
ball
almost
tracker.
I would call it a golf Doppler radar.
A golf Doppler radar.
Yeah, like a.
Yeah, this is probably something we should have alerted him to before the show started.
No,
this seems
he
like a
thinks
lot.
on his feet.
Yeah. Anyways, 803-0550 is the phone number. On Bills and Saints, let's go to Gina in Buffalo next. What's up, Gina?
Good morning, Buffalo. Good morning, people. How are you? I'm just ready to rock and roll this weekend. Go Team USA. I'm psyched to watch the Ryder Cup. So listen, you guys killed me. So I stayed on the radio. I'm going to sound stupid. I am one of those OGs that definitely does feel like we played down to our opponent. I can't help it. I loved how you changed your tone, too. But I am one of those people. I can't help it, guys. You killed me. You gave me the facts. You can't fight facts. But I guess it's just a feeling. And my feeling is this. When I watch them, maybe they just play possum. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're just so good that they play possum, and then in the second half they go in Hellcat mode. I don't know, but it's just a feeling. So I just want to make a comment, and then I'll hang up, because I'm always about the feeling and not the facts. You guys are in charge of the facts. I just want to tell you, being in this little state of Delaware, it is the best feeling to be a Bills fan, to be so proud of my quarterback, Josh Allen. And yes, he is my quarterback here in the state of Delaware. Josh Allen, and he is so humble. And you know what? Oops. You know what? Sorry, I'm backing into a spot. You know what? You know what I'm going to tell you? I have his lingo, because I am trained to say, we take one game at a time. We look at the opponent. We don't think ahead. The Super Bowl is at our sight, but we take one game at a time. So go Bills and go Ryder Cup, and thank you for letting me speak my emotions.
Yeah, thanks, Gina. I do look ahead, and I think a lot of Bills fans look ahead. I do think there are some that maybe get annoyed by so much looking ahead, but that's where my eyes go, because that's what's interesting to me.
Yeah, and the regular season, whatever they've been so successful in the regular season that it's
right. Like it's
a moot point.
It's a credit to them.
You take it for granted that they're just going to win 12 to 13 games every year.
Right. And that's not going to happen every week. I mean, the Saints, I can't.
When you play bad
them
teams,
seriously.
it's hard to live in the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't take New Orleans seriously. Even next week, like, hey, if New England, who the Patriots play this week? They play. I thought they had an easier game.
Giants?
Carolina. Okay. Carolina. If they go out and beat Carolina, and the Patriots come into town next week at 2-2, and Drake May looks good,
it'll be an interesting game. Next week, I think, is an interesting game almost regardless.
So, like, the looking ahead this week. Not that we don't do that. I know every week some, but this week it's been all looking ahead, and part of that is for sure this opponent. It's this opponent, and I just can't get to a place where I take them seriously. How often does this happen? The team that everybody expects to be the worst coming into a season, which is what New Orleans was. Like the moment Derek Carr retired.
Yep, it was.
Oh
boy, I mean, they are not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, they're going to be the worst team in the league. They're going to be tanking for Arch Manning. He's probably not even come out, but that this team's going to be bad. And how often does that actually come to fruition this quickly? Because a lot of times it's, hey, the Bills are at 17 maybe, are going to be one of the worst teams in the league. And then, oh, no, they're actually pretty competitive. Or, hey, there was a year where everyone thought the Jets were going to go winless. And maybe it's a Todd Bowles year. Then he only won like 5 games, but he won a couple of them early. And it's like, oh, this Jets team, like
not as bad as we thought.
Right, not a pushover. This New Orleans team, no, it's going exactly how everybody thought it was going to go.
Yeah, pretty much.
7 points to Seattle in the first half.
Yes.
So it's a lot of it is about the opponent, I think, this week as well.
So quickly, on Gina's point about them being a second-half team versus a first-half team, here are the facts behind it. The Bills last season in 2024 had the highest points per game average in the second half of any team in football last year.
Okay.
But they were also 5th in the first half.
5th in the first half.
Yes.
Right.
So they are.
So they weren't as good, but they were still really good.
They were still really good. So
yeah.
I will say that like from a feeling perspective, I don't disagree with Gina that they have felt like they've really turned it on in the second half. Like,
well, let's really look at like what could present problems for the Bills if the game is still within reach in the second half. Like the Saints, the one thing I'll give them some credit for that it statistically looks like they're fine at to start the season is run defense.
Yeah.
That they're pretty good. They're fine at stopping the run. Maybe it's even the thing they're best at. I'm not sure. And the Bills so far are a ground team, right? It's James Cook again. It's his patience and finding those gaps through the offensive line. So I don't know if the Saints are better than the Bills are in a one-on-one there, their run defense versus the Bills' rush offense. But, if you're playing your matchups and it looks like a bit of a struggle, then you might have to lean into Allen doing a little bit more than you want. So that's one way the game could stay close, is if New Orleans actually does have a pretty good run defense, and if the Bills want to just go in and run the ball and can't, then that's how the game stays close. When's the last time, though, they've wanted to run the ball and couldn't? It's been a while, hasn't it? They went completely stifled.
The Chiefs' last regular season? Or was it 2 seasons ago?
Ooh, last year when they win it because Allen
I think
kind of took over.
I think they were stuffing James Cook all game.
I'll check that game. That might be a good one, though.
I know it was a regular season game against Kansas City. I just can't remember if it was last year or the year before.
While I look, let's go to John in Detroit. What's up, John?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Love your show.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on kind of the expectation of blowout teams. It is kind of insane. One of my favorite teams, just from a football fan standpoint, is the 89 49ers. I mean, they're pretty much in everyone's top 3 or 4 greatest teams of all time. And if you look at their schedule, I mean, there's like 5 or 6 games that are decided by a field goal or 7 points versus like mid-teams or bad teams. It's just the nature of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the reason, you guys probably know this, I think there's the reason there's angst and a little bit of cynicism is it's just because they haven't won a championship yet. Everything outside of that, the analytics, the stats, I think they're number 1 in points since 2020, the playoff wins, the playoff wars with the Chiefs. They are a great team, and I think they have a great roster. And I'll make this one last point. If the Chiefs lost to Chris Jones or Trent McDuffie for the year, they never would have got to a Super Bowl. And people, they get on Bean. Make no mistake, not every GM is perfect, but if you lose your all-pro corner, your all-pro linebacker, and your generational pass rusher who was at the end of his prime, but he was still a great player, well, yeah, of course, that's going to change things up. So I think this is a great team, and I'll just hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks, John. A lot of it, too, is how much confidence is there in the Bills to not, look ahead, if you will.
They really haven't shown a propensity to do it.
No. Honestly, that's more of a Baltimore thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Baltimore loses to bad team. They lost to the Raiders last year. They lost to the Deshaun Watson Browns 2 years ago. Actually, they lost to the Browns last year, too, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Or is that the Deshaun Watson game I'm thinking of?
No, I think...
they lost to Watson somewhere along the way.
Watson did get hurt last year. Yeah, I think
maybe.
that was 2 years ago. Yeah.
But Baltimore does that more than the Bills do. So, trap games and... Although you can't really call this a trap game for the Bills, can you? Because it's New England next week. If it was Kansas City next week, I think you could call it a trap game.
I would agree.
I don't really think trap games exist anyway. But
they exist for fans. They don't exist for teams. I don't think.
Yeah. 803-0550 is the phone number. The rivalry series uniforms were debuted last night. Arizona wore them. How they looked on TV. We got some Ryder Cup coming up as well. And if you got a thought on Bills and Saints, any worry whatsoever about the Bills playing down to opponents because of either games in the past or their style, give us a call. Also, we can revisit yesterday's poll on who fans want to win between the Chiefs and the Ravens. That's the big game coming up on Sunday. But we got Brian Koziel on the way at some point here. We got Sal Kapacio, Chris Brown, a loaded Football Friday for you with your phone calls at 803-0550. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today, and this is WGR. They're going to win on Sunday. Everybody thinks they're going to win on Sunday. Is it offensive to just keep putting it that way? I'm doing it without even thinking. I almost caught myself in midair, they're going to win on Sunday. But there's just no doubt anywhere, right?
There are quite a few people that exist today that are still like, they play down to their opponent, and like, that these games always end up close. And I'm like, I don't remember. Like, what games have you been watching?
I've heard that this week. By the way,
the largest like
favorite in the league.
Well, just like over the last couple of years, like their margin of victory against bad teams.
Yeah.
They beat bad teams badly more than anyone in football does. Mm-hmm. Their point differential since basically Josh Allen's been Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Is like 100 points higher than the next team.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's like leftover drought.
Maybe. Is there a game that also is doing that? Even if it's only one or two.
A couple of Dolphins games, maybe. A Jets game here.
The Dolphins, though, have never been 16-point underdogs.
But they are. But like also, like a lot of people were upset about last week's game. It's a division game. It's the first game of like where you're not gonna have all of your your cards on the table. This week there was a lot of conversation about the last game and the Bills not pushing the ball down the field and the short passing game, blah blah blah. And I'll say this: under Joe Brady, have we seen the most consistent version of not only Josh Allen, but this offense from all the pieces working together? They can throw the football, they can run the football. Because I'm remembering when both Dorsey and when Brian Dable were here, I remember when Josh Allen became great, the thing was they need a conventional running game. They need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off to someone. Mm-hmm. And everyone's like, well, Devin Singletary's fine. Mm-hmm. And he was fine.
He was a fine running back.
Good.
Yeah.
And now that the Bills have a good running back, like maybe it's just personnel, but since Brady has been here, this offense has been as close to perfect as an NFL offense can be with a large enough sample size to actually like acknowledge it and say like that's probably one of the most impressive feats over the last 18 months. Mm-hmm. Is what Joe Brady's done with this Bills offense. And it's a shock to me that he is still here.
Yeah. It's kind of how are they... Because you're right. Like, they play very differently. And how does that relate to when they play a team that is just not in the same ballpark as them?
The way that they win offensively is so efficient and so consistent that... And how about this, too? I think the bar, a little bit of the conversation about why people this week have been like, oh, they play down to their opponent, when I just don't think there's actually examples of that in not the not-so-recent history. But I think a little of it is where I've been probably since 2020, which is the bar for me for this offense with Josh Allen has gone so high that a game where they score 31 points, beat their opponent by 10 on a short week in a division opponent, people are like, the hell is that? It went 2 drives, and they didn't do anything against the worst defense in football.
from 52. The kick wobbles, but makes it through. And the Seahawks win it at the gun.
Seattle bounces back after giving up the lead. They win the game. Big catch by Jackson Smith and Jigba on that final drive. Sam Darnold looking pretty good again, and they win over Seattle. So 2 things. 1, do you like the uniforms on TV from Arizona? You didn't notice the pattern as much. I still love them up close, but I think it
didn't really do it for me, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought they looked more like an actual Cardinal, I guess, is why I like them. Seattle, are they good?
I think that their defense could be, like right now, who are we saying the best defenses in football are? Chargers.
The Texans.
Chargers, Texans, Vikings.
Yep.
And I think Seattle's the other team. Like, I think those are your best 4 defenses in football.
I mean, I think Mike McDonald's one of the smartest defensive minds in the game.
And then he left Baltimore, and it's been a mess there since.
That's true. So yeah, I would put them in that group. The only thing is they haven't really beat anyone that impressive.
No.
They've beat their wins over Pittsburgh, New Orleans, and Arizona. Now they throttled New Orleans,
yeah.
And Arizona had a winning record, but like you just saw that Cardinals team yesterday. Like that's a dead team walking.
Yeah.
But they won. So they're winning these games. Darnold looks good doing it. So I think that's probably a playoff bubble team. But they're not like a division winning team.
They kind of like, they remind me a little bit of the Vikings last year.
With Darnold?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad. Really good defense.
He's going to probably have really good underlying numbers by the end of the year. I saw...
He was number 1 in EPA per play going into last night. I don't know where he is now.
I saw something that was like, he's going to be the 13th best quarterback in the league, and he can... and teams... He'll have a career as 13th. Long as... He, but like...
That's not bad. Like that's right around
pretty good.
13th to 15th.
Yeah, like he is... And I think that's what he is, and it sort of made me ask the question to myself is...
Yeah.
The 2018 draft, is that going to go down as the quarterback draft of this era? The 83 draft of this era?
I think it is. I think it's already the second best draft class of all time.
Behind 83?
Yeah. And I don't even think it's impossible it catches 83. It's going to need Super Bowls, though.
It would probably need Josh and Lamar to each get one.
Yeah. Because otherwise, right now, 83's got Kelly, Marino, Elway.
Yep.
And Elway won Super Bowls.
Yep.
It's really even there. They only that draft class.
And it was late in Elway's career.
But you got 3 Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
This class, Allen and Jackson
are Hall of Famers.
Are going to go down as 2 of the best quarterbacks of all time.
Yes.
And I think right now I'd bet each get at least 1, but we'll see.
What would Mayfield have to do?
He makes it a real conversation because before it was just 2 guys and everybody else was kind of lost. Now Mayfield looks great.
Could be the 5th best quarterback in football right now.
And you have
statistically.
Oh yeah, like if I was starting a franchise with a quarterback right now, like he'd be high for me.
He's very high.
And Darnold being a good starter.
Yes.
As another just like a bonus 4th guy on the list.
And let me tell you, Joe, in the NFC, if he ends up, he's 28 years old.
I think he's younger than that, isn't he?
Is he younger than that?
He's always younger than you think he is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe 28. Yeah, 28.
Okay, so he's 28 years old. He probably has his best 2 years of football ahead of him.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
And that Seattle team has a bona fide number 1 receiver.
Yep.
And
Horton looks like a pretty good secondary receiver.
A really good defense.
Yep. They just need an offensive line.
But they've been playing okay. Like they've been fine. They've been fine.
But I feel like everyone I keep reading. I think Mina Kimes a big Seahawks fan.
Yeah.
And I keep reading her like, man, that line is being held together by like a wire. Like it could collapse at any moment. But it's been holding together so far.
Yeah, it's been fine. I think that it's
like you would take Sam if you were starting a franchise today. You go Sam Darnold over Kyler Murray.
Yes.
Like I would in a heartbeat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I wouldn't think twice about it. And where I was going with that, though, at 28 years old, there's a chance that over the next 2 to 3 seasons, Sam Darnold wins a handful of playoff games. The NFC's not that deep.
A handful of playoff
games. The NFC's not deep.
You don't think so?
No.
Let's talk about that on the other side. I think it's not top heavy. I think it's deep. But maybe that's, part of why he could get a couple. 803-0550. Dave also has got a thought on last night's game. There was some kicking stuff last night, and there is in the league. I saw clips of what Carolina is doing. We talked about what the Rams are doing. I wonder if the Bills are going to get in the game on...
Did you see the Carolina thing?
Yeah, like knuckleballs.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like what the Rams are doing, too. So there's a couple kickers in the league that are figuring out ways to get their teams like 15 yards of field position. And I wonder if the Bills are going to find a way to get into that. Maybe Tyler Bass isn't hurt. He's away in some secret field somewhere practicing knuckleball kicks or something. No, he's probably hurt.
Really quick?
Yeah.
I was curious. So I threw up, one of the sports books.
Yep.
Bryson DeChambeau to drive the green on one.
He's not driving the green on one.
He's not.
He's not driving the green on one.
He's not. He's plus 1,000 to do it.
Okay. Is he going to try?
I might.
All right, we'll find out in a couple minutes.
Yeah, we will.
803-0550, the phone number here on WGR. They're going to win on Sunday. Everybody thinks they're going to win on Sunday. Is it offensive to just keep putting it that way? I'm doing it without even thinking. Like, I almost caught myself in midair, like they're going to win on Sunday. But there's just no doubt anywhere, right?
There are quite a few people that exist today that are still like, they play down to their opponent, and you know that these games always end up close. And I'm like, I don't remember. Like, what games have you been watching?
I've heard that this week.
By the way, the largest
favorite in the league.
Well, just like over the last couple of years, like their margin of victory against bad teams.
Yeah.
They beat bad teams badly more than anyone in football does.
Mm-hmm.
Their point differential since basically Josh Allen's been Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Is like 100 points higher than the next team.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's like leftover drought.
Maybe. Is there a game that also is doing that? Even if it's only one or two.
A couple of Dolphins games, maybe. A Jets game here.
The Dolphins, though, have never been 16-point underdogs.
But they are. But like also, like a lot of people were upset about last week's game. It's a division game. It's the first game of like where you're not gonna have all of your your cards on the table. This week, there was a lot of conversation about the last game and the Bills not, pushing the ball down the field and the short passing game, blah, blah, blah. And I'll say this. Under Joe Brady, have we seen the most consistent version of not only Josh Allen, but this offense from all the pieces working together? They can throw the football. They can run the football. Because I'm remembering when both Dorsey and when Brian Dable were here, I remember when Josh Allen became great, the thing was they need a conventional running game. They need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off to someone. Mm-hmm. And everyone's like, well, Devin Singletary's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And he was fine.
He was a fine running back.
Good.
Yeah.
And now that the Bills have a good running back, like maybe it's just personnel, but since Brady has been here, this offense has been as close to perfect as an NFL offense can be, with a large enough sample size to actually like acknowledge it and say like that's probably one of the most impressive feats over the last 18 months is what Joe Brady's done with this Bills offense. And it's a shock to me that he is still here.
Yeah. It's kind of how are they, because you're right, like they play very differently, and how does that relate to when they play a team that is just not in the same ballpark as them?
The way that they win offensively is so efficient and so consistent that and how about this too? I think the bar, a little bit of the conversation about why people this week have been like, oh, they play down to their opponent, when I just don't think there's actually examples of that in not the not so recent history. But I think a little of it is where I've been probably since 2020, which is the bar for me for this offense with Josh Allen has gone so high that a game where they score 31 points, beat their opponent by 10 on a short week and a division opponent, people are like, the hell is that? It went 2 drives, and they didn't do anything against the worst defense in football.
Bills and Saints on Sunday, 1 o'clock. Bills big favorites in the game. They could be without Matt Milano and Ed Oliver again. Both players have not practiced throughout the week. That was still true yesterday. And we'll get Sean McDermott's game designations a little bit later on when he joins Sal Kapacio on the Extra Point Show. Spencer Brown also not practicing for the second day in a row with a calf injury, and A.J. Epinesa was limited for the second day in a row with a pectoral injury. For New Orleans, Chase Young, a non-participant for the second day in a row. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Seattle wins over Arizona on Thursday Night Football. Seahawks go to 3-1. Arizona came back to tie the game after being down by 2 touchdowns, but the Seahawks win it on a late field goal. Elsewhere around the NFL, looks more and more likely that Brock Purdy is going to start for the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday. He was limited yesterday, as was Mac Jones, but the messaging throughout the week's been that Purdy is in line to return to action. Devontae Adams in L.A. not practicing for the Rams. He's missed 2 practices in a row and is considered questionable for the game, but without practices, they might not have Adams for the Rams. Chris Godwin did not practice on Thursday after being a full participant on Wednesday. So weird situation going on with Godwin in Tampa Bay, who has not played yet this year. Ryder Cup gets rolling in just a couple of minutes. We'll have Brian Koziol in a little bit, live from Bethpage Black for updates on that. Sabres lose to Detroit 5-2 in Detroit. Next up in the preseason is tomorrow at 3 o'clock at home against the Red Wings. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Generally speaking, we can be better, not just rushing the passer, but working together to impact the play or affect the quarterback better. Those two, is, you guys know, I've said it over and over again, have to work in concert with one another. So that's really, generally speaking, the answer for you is overall it just needs to be better. To say it's just the rush or just the coverage or just this or just that wouldn't be fair, because there has been some times when the coverage was really good or the rush was really good, but they have to work together.
Sean McDermott ahead of Bills and Saints on Sunday. A lot to get to on what's going around in the league. I want to get some of what Arizona did last night with, yesterday spent a little bit of time in the 9 o'clock hour on if there's going to be these ebbs and flows in the league. Will defenses adjust to what offenses are doing now and kind of come out of their too high safety shells, playing a little bit more bigger and physical? Arizona tried that last night, and it did not work. But they might not have the personnel to do it. So more on that. The Ryder Cup. What is this right now? Is this DeChambeau and
JT coming out with the flag around
draped over them?
Oh.
They're carrying the flag out. And I'm sure this is the most raucous golf event there is, right?
Oh.
Even more than the Waste Management Open?
Yeah.
Because it's draped in patriotism.
And the players really engage with this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they...
What's going on with those belts? So the fits, by the way, if you're wondering, we can have our own little edition of Green Carpet Radio here. Also, what is happening here? John Rahm's going back in. We already got shenanigans playing out. Oh, this is the tunnel they go through at Bethpage?
They're getting a tunnel.
I don't remember this tunnel. I didn't have to get to walk through a tunnel when I played it.
No, because there's grandstands there.
That would make sense.
Yeah. They didn't have grandstands for your round, Joe.
No, they were starting to put up some of the structures, but not the grandstands.
Yeah.
But you could, there were Ryder Cup logos everywhere when I was there last year. 803-0550, the phone number. We'll keep you updated on the Ryder Cup. Rahm and Hatton for Europe against DeChambeau and Thomas is the first group here that are going off against each other.
I got money on Bryson to drive the green here on one.
He's not driving the green. It's like 400 and...
No, it's not.
It is, isn't it?
No. It's like 340.
No. Yes. Come on, really?
Yes, to cut the corner, yes.
Interesting.
For me,
it was 400 because I go straight and then right.
Yes,
because that makes sense.
Because we're not that guy.
That makes sense. All right, on last night's game, some of the things going on in the league. Dave in Toronto's next up. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, good morning, guys. So last night, when the Cardinals tied at 20-20, and they went on, they did the kick, and the kicker did like a swift kick because there's only 30 seconds left in the game, didn't go into the landing zone. Seattle starts at the 40-yard line with 28 seconds left. So why doesn't the coach declare that we're trying an onside kick? Then you can swift kick it, and there is no landing zone penalty. And strategically, that would be a wise decision to declare for an onside kick, even though you're not going to do it. And then you don't have to worry about the landing zone anymore.
Yeah.
I think you should relay this to McDermott.
Yep.
He might not even know.
So I think, Dave, there's definitely what is it? There's there is a landing zone for the onside kicks.
I do not think they are allowed to have a normal kickoff or a squib kick on a.
That's what I mean.
I think if you declare an onside kick, you have to kick an onside kick.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
But they definitely have it described somewhere. I could find it. Like how far they're allowed to kick it.
Here it is. For a team to recover a kicked ball, it must land in the designated landing zone. That is... Oh, wait. No, that's just for the standard.
Yeah, I guess... I'll try to find that. It's a good question, Dave. I can't imagine, though, that it is legal to declare an onside kick and then go, ha, fooled you, and you bomb it 60 yards down the field. I'm almost positive that is not allowed. But if it is allowed, then yeah, some coach should probably take advantage of that.
That seems like one of those like big time gray areas.
There's no way they would let teams kick it deep.
Yeah,
there's something in the rules.
I don't think
that
so.
Stops that. I just can't find it off this quickly. But thanks for it's a good question. I mean, because really we are still all trying to figure out what is right here with these kicks and what's the right approach. The Bills are doing fine with it. I think, obviously, the best approach is not to have touchbacks. You want the ball in the field of play because more often than not, you're going to stop them before the 35. You're going to give up some big plays, but on average, it's going to work out for you. I'm really wondering if Prater's working on this, or if Bass is working on this, or if the whole special teams unit is. How many teams are going to be able to copy what Carolina and LA are doing with these knuckleball kicks? The Eagles dropped 4 kickoffs last week. They started from their own 9, 14, 20, backed up in their own end constantly because of what the Rams were doing to them. So I think, but this is new. This is new, and you're only a couple of weeks into it. So I think everybody is still trying to figure it out. So our first drive, by the way, at the Ryder Cup here. So Nate, Rahm tried to do what you just bet DeChambeau to do. He tried to go over the trees, and he came short.
Yeah, he ain't Bryson, brother.
He's a big hitter, though.
He went into the trees, huh?
He's Europe's biggest hitter, right?
And this is alternate shot, correct?
This is alternate shot. If you're confused on Ryder Cup format and whatnot, because the names are different, this is foursome and then 4-ball. Foursome is alternate shot.
Okay.
They should have just called it alternate shot. Everybody would have had a much easier time figuring out what it was. But
here we go.
Yeah, foursome is
he's
alternate
going.
shot.
Oh, he's absolutely going.
DeChambeau is going first for Team USA here. This is on USA Network, by the way, if you're looking for the Ryder Cup. You think he did it? You think he did it?
Oh, he's just short.
He's just short by 10 yards. 803-0550 is the phone number. Ryder Cup is rolling. By the way, we will have Brian Koziel on.
Never going to financially recover from this.
If you were waiting for Brian in the 6 o'clock hour, he said he was going to be on in the 6 o'clock hour, and if you think you missed it or something, he was on his way in, and there was some crazy transit stuff going on because of all the people there, so we're going to fit Brian in once he gets settled at Bethpage Black. So you didn't miss Brian. He's coming up at some point here in a little bit. I want to get to something we talked about yesterday. So the other thing from last night's game that I noticed was Twitter was all over this too. Film football Twitter. Every single time the Seattle Seahawks were running 12 personnel with 2 tight ends or 3, or they went to 13 personnel with 3 tight ends, what that means. Every time they did that, the Arizona Cardinals on defense matched it with a 3 linebacker set. They came out in base defense. And if you've noticed this year, the Bills are doing more of that. You're seeing Shaq Thompson out there. You've seen Dorian Williams out there when Matt Milano has been healthy. Might even be the biggest indicator. The Bills plan to incorporate more and more traditional 4-3 base defense because they're doing it even when Milano's not available to them. The Cardinals tried it last night. Every single time multiple tight ends were out there for Seattle. And they got cooked. They could not cover them. They didn't have the personnel to do it. And I wonder if the next step in the league is not just the teams are going to do this. Are teams going to start drafting this way? Signing players like this? Is it... We're going to talk about trade deadline acquisitions in a month, right?
Yep.
And if Milano is having injury problems or Dorian Williams is looking rocky and inconsistent, I wonder if we talk about linebacker for this. How important is it going to be to possess the ability not just to play with 3 linebackers, but to have guys that can then cover these freakazoid tight ends that are all over the NFL? The Bills are doing this on offense, right? If I'm a defense playing the Bills right now, wouldn't your best option be
base?
But you gotta have linebackers that can cover. And because there's so much carryover still from everybody being nickel, and there are so few teams that have had 3 good linebackers because you haven't needed it. But what about now? Do you feel like you need it now, or is it just a bonus to have it now? Because if I feel like if I'm playing the Bills, I'd want to have that.
I think if you're going to play too high shell, you have to be able to, I would say 30 to 40% of the time, be in base in order to stop their run game.
30 to 40% of the time to stop the run game, you got to be in base?
I think you do.
Isn't that how you play?
I don't think you can. I think if you dedicate a small nickel personnel against the Bills, they have no problem. I think their patience, that I think is their biggest ascension as an offense, both from a play caller perspective and a quarterback willing to be patient, take the underneath stuff, and be fine throwing for 148 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, and just turn around and hand the football off.
Okay.
So the Bills have developed a patience, a formula for, okay, we are totally cool winning a game 21-14, 21-20 by turning around and handing the ball off to our running back. And if you're going to stop us, then you better be in base, because their offensive line and what they can run out personnel package wise. They can still run the sixth offensive lineman, but now they've got Spencer Hawes. And I think it's changed how effective they can be in the pass game and in play action.
Right.
When those guys are on the field. So, yeah, I would say, especially now because Spencer Hawes, I think, is a difficult cover for linebackers because of how big and physical he is. So, yeah, I think that if you are going to beat the Bills consistently, you probably do have to do it out of base.
Because that's what the Bills want to do when they play Baltimore, right? Every time they play Baltimore, that's how they want to line up.
They want to be in base.
I mean, you saw as little of Taron Johnson in that playoff game and in week 1 as you ever see of him. What really is the biggest difference between the Ravens and the Bills on that front, other than the size difference of the running backs, right?
Yep.
Derrick Henry is, a monster, and James Cook is smaller in stature. But other than that, the Bills run the ball as much as Baltimore does.
Yeah.
The Bills run the ball about as effectively as Baltimore does. So why wouldn't a team defend the Bills the way they defend Baltimore? Why wouldn't they try to do that?
They probably should.
And I wonder if that's going to happen. Maybe it won't. But because it really, I'll look, but I don't really think it's been happening a lot so far yet this year. But it's just, again, it's part of this change in the NFL and, all the ways offenses are playing right now. I'm not even saying that'll work. It could just be better for Dalton Kincaid, right? Like, all right, you want to throw a linebacker on me? And you would hope that's a matchup that he could exploit. It's why you drafted him where you did, that he could exploit a matchup like that. So, Ryder Cup, DeChambeau hit it just up to the green, and then JT just left it 15 feet short.
Yeah, and he's going to get a line, though. He's going to get a line from Rom.
Yeah.
Rom's about 8 feet behind him.
You would have liked that to be a little closer, though.
Yeah.
He said from the guy that was in that left bunker and hit it 3 times out of that bunker last year when I played this course. Anyways, 803
he would have liked it a little closer than the 10 feet he left it.
Right, for birdie. Bill and Clarence is next. What's up, Bill?
Real quick, what was his first? I tailed that bet with Bryson. What was his first swing?
Bryson
hit the green. Yeah, and he was just short,
and he was literally he's on the fringe.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. I called in right when you guys were going to give me the results. I had a quick question. I noticed that caller called in about the special teams rule, and I know how they are with the percentages and odds on how often it's recovered, what's better for the game. But I haven't noticed. Is there a returner back at the goal line? Because if there is
onside
landing zone, it almost makes it pointless.
I don't think so. So actually, Bill, what I'm seeing now is, by the way, a team has to be losing to declare an onside kick. So already the previous caller wondering, could Arizona or Seattle have done that, avoid the landing zone? They were tied. You have to be trailing to declare an onside kick. What the rule book says is if onside kick goes beyond the setup zone untouched, kicking team is penalized for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Wow.
Return team would start the drive at the opponent's 20-yard line. So it is a penalty. The only thing that's weird here, again, maybe there's another page, I got to go looking for it. I can't tell you. There is a setup zone that you're not allowed to kick it beyond. It just doesn't say what it is. So
yeah,
you can't just bomb it down the field. But no, you're right. You're right. So, yeah, again, we're all trying to figure out the new kickoff stuff, the new onside kick stuff. And you'd think the Bills won't have to declare onside kicks very often in the future. You have to be trailing.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you this because I was thinking about this on the way in this morning. Sometimes my brain just starts rolling in random directions. With how easy the schedule is this year, or presumed to be, Could always get harder based on teams being better than we thought.
Mm-hmm.
How important? I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this question. How important was it for the Bills to play that Week 1 game the way they did, and come back, be down against a really good football team early in the season? Like, how important was that for them? Because how many close games do you think that they're going to play?
I think you mean just the evidence of they can be down. They can go to a one-dimensional game plan where, hey, this rush attack that you've built this thing around, and this heavy personnel. Although Spencer Hawes had a big Jackson Hawes, excuse me.
I'll do it 100 more times. I know.
He had a big catch in that game. So he was out there a little bit. Sure. I think it's important to see that, but I don't know when the Bills are ever going to get in an environment like that other than when they play the Ravens.
But they get to the playoffs.
How often are they down multiple scores in the last 5 years?
Kansas City last year. And they came back in that game and made it a game until the end.
They're down 2 scores though
before the Matt Collins touchdown, right before half.
Yeah, so it's not at a point yet where you're a one-dimensional.
How many times are they going to have to come back this season?
Oh no, they're not. I mean,
they're not a team. But here's the thing.
I mean, they're going to be trailing maybe when they play like Tampa or Kansas City, but that's it.
Other than, and the only way you could push back on me is if you talk to me about how the Bills played after they got a 2-score lead on the Ravens last year. I didn't like the way that the Bills played. I thought they got too conservative, and they let Baltimore back in the game. But is there a team other than the Bills and Chiefs you would you say if they get up 2 scores on you, it's over? Because it's not the Ravens. The Ravens playing with the lead is
their defense
not good.
Their defense isn't great, and
but neither the Bills.
And they play dumb.
They play dumb.
So 2 scores. I mean, is it the playoffs? Can I ask that question? Because I've got a lot of respect for Steve Spagnuolo and that defense. I think that defense has lifted that team up for multiple seasons now.
Yeah.
And if you told me that you're down multiple scores to that team, I think you're in really bad shape. So that might be one, but I don't think you're going to be down multiple scores to Kansas City.
I don't think so either.
You'd never be down to Houston. But if that happened, they play Houston on Thursday night in Week 12. If the Bills got down multiple scores to the Texans, I'd be very worried. That pass rush is one of the best in football. Derek Stingley is one of the best in football. But can you imagine Houston being up multiple scores in that game? They might have the worst offense in the league. So no, like part of your point is I don't know if that team exists because the AFC of the contenders, who's the best team that's got an amazing defense right now?
Chargers.
Are they amazing on defense?
Yeah, they're really good.
All right.
Yeah, they might be the best. Might be the best defense in football right now.
Minnesota's the best defense in football right now. But yeah, I don't need to nitpick. I don't need to nitpick.
I think it's the Chargers and Vikings.
Yeah. All right. The Chargers.
They have 3.
They play the Giants this week.
300+ pound defensive linemen.
Yeah, Tart was one of them, and that dude has been a maniac all season so far, making big plays. All right, the Chargers. If I'm down multiple scores of the Chargers, they're a team that also has a long history of being very dumb in spots like that.
Yeah. By the way, did you see the video yesterday? Speaking of choke jobs, did you see the video yesterday? It was Rory, Shane Lowry. They were all during their practice round up at a tee box, and they got heckled by a fan. Rory was buttoning his top button like this, and the fan goes, "You don't need your top button done to choke Rory." And all of them were like, "All right, that was a good chirp." That was it. Like even the players acknowledged it was a good chirp.
Yeah.
Are we going to hear good chirps today? I mean, we won't because we don't have volume.
Sounds down. But yeah, I mean, the fans boo when Europe makes putts, right?
And did you hear Victor Hovland yesterday?
No.
So they asked him, how do you guys handle are you expecting there to be a lot of trash talk to you? And he was like, yeah, you just kind of go with it. And trust me, nothing will be as bad as of what I'm thinking and not saying.
Right. Okay.
So you can't offend Victor Hovland because he thinks whatever you're saying, he thinks a lot worse of you.
All right, we'll see. We'll see who becomes the villain these weeks. Tyrrell Hatton's going to be the guy that becomes a villain this week, I think.
John Scott told me that this U.S. team is unlikable. And I said, John...
The U.S. team is unlikable.
Shrink the game. And shrink. I'm kicking you out of the game.
If Scheffler's the hero, then I think it's pretty tough for them to be unlikable.
Yeah.
803-0550 is the phone number. We'll improve the game plan when we come back and a little bit more into this Bills-Saints matchup. Sal's coming up at 8 o'clock for more on Ed Oliver, too. Like, what's going on there? That injury just kind of happened in the after a practice even maybe, and he just has not been there for a couple of weeks. So we'll get a little bit more on some of the injured Bills, what the roster might look like for Sunday against New Orleans. So more on the matchup coming up next. Jody Biasi, Nate Geary, Jeremy is off today. We'll keep you updated on the Ryder Cup as well. We got Brian Koziel at some point coming up here when he gets settled at Bethpage. So a lot of good stuff coming up here on WGR. We're going to talk about trade deadline acquisitions in a month, right?
Yep.
And if Milano is having injury problems or Dorian Williams is looking rocky and inconsistent, I wonder if we talk about linebacker for this. How important is it going to be to possess the ability not just to play with three linebackers, but to have guys that can then cover these freakazoid tight ends that are all over the NFL? The Bills are doing this on offense, right? If I'm a defense playing the Bills right now, wouldn't your best option be
base?
But you gotta have linebackers that can cover. And because there's so much carryover still from everybody being nickel, and there are so few teams that have had three good linebackers because you haven't needed it. But what about now? Do you feel like you need it now, or is it just a bonus to have it now? Because if I feel like if I'm playing the Bills, I'd want to have that.
I think if you're going to play too high shell, you have to be able to, I would say 30 to 40% of the time, be in base in order to stop their run game.
30 to 40% of the time to stop the run game, you got to be in base?
I think you do.
Isn't that how you play?
I don't think you can. I think if you dedicate a small nickel personnel against the Bills, they have no problem. I think their patience, that I think is their biggest ascension as an offense, both from a play caller perspective and a quarterback willing to be patient, take the underneath stuff, and be fine throwing for 148 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, and just turn around and hand the football off.
Okay.
So the Bills have developed a patience, a formula for, okay, we are totally cool winning a game 21 to 14, 21-20 by turning around and handing the ball off to our running back. And if you're going to stop us, then you better be in base, because their offensive line and what they can run out personnel package wise. They can still run the sixth offensive lineman, but now they've got Spencer Hawes. And I think it's changed how effective they can be in the pass game and in play action.
Right.
When those guys are on the field. This week there was a lot of conversation about the last game and the Bills not, pushing the ball down the field and the short passing game, blah, blah, blah. And I'll say this. Under Joe Brady, have we seen the most consistent version of not only Josh Allen, but this offense from all the pieces working together? They can throw the football. They can run the football. Because I'm remembering when both Dorsey and when Brian Dable were here, I remember when Josh Allen became great, the thing was they need a conventional running game. They need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off to someone. And everyone's like, well, Devin Singletary's fine. And he was fine.
He was a fine running back.
Good.
Yeah.
And now that the Bills have a good running back, like maybe it's just personnel, but since Brady has been here, this offense has been as close to perfect as an NFL offense can be, with a large enough sample size to actually acknowledge it and say that's probably one of the most impressive feats over the last 18 months is what Joe Brady's done with this Bills offense. And it's a shock to me that he is still here.
Yeah. It's kind of how are they, because you're right, they play very differently, and how does that relate to when they play a team that is just not in the same ballpark as them?
The way that they win offensively is so efficient and so consistent. That and how about this too? I think the bar, a little bit of the conversation about why people this week have been like, oh, they play down to their opponent, when I just don't think there's actually examples of that in not so recent history. But I think a little of it is where I've been probably since 2020, which is the bar for me for this offense with Josh Allen has gone so high that a game where they score 31 points, beat their opponent by 10 on a short week in a division opponent, people are like, the hell is that? It went 2 drives, and they didn't do anything against the worst defense in football.
Ryder Cup is underway, and the U.S. up early in the first group. Bryson DeChambeau, Justin Thomas won their first hole over John Rahm and Terrell Hatton, as some of the groups are starting to flow out here. Scotty Scheffler on the first hole as well. That's on USA if you're looking for it. Bills and Saints on Sunday. And the Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. No Ed Oliver or Matt Milano at practice for the second day in a row. Spencer Brown also a non-participant, again with a calf injury. See what his status is when Sean McDermott joins the Extra Point Show a little bit later on this morning. Also, AJ Epinesa was limited for the second day in a row. Thursday Night Football, Seahawks over the Cardinals 23-20. Arizona came back to tie that game in the final minute, but Seattle drives down in the final 30 seconds to kick a game-winning field goal at the end. Seattle 3-1 on the year. Sabres fall last night to Detroit in preseason game number 3. Next up is tomorrow, again against the Red Wings, this time at KeyBank Center, 3 o'clock for puck drop. We'll have that game right here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
You have James Cook and you have our offensive line, and then you have our skill guys. Just knowing that, handing the ball off and letting James do his thing and allowing us to see some more one high and, in split safety passes. Again, having a guy like Khalil and Dalton that you can rely on. And then we have opportunities outside with, Keon and Josh and Curtis and, just that whole everybody eats mentality that Joe's kind of allowed us to take over. Has allowed me to be free and not worry about so much where the ball's.
That's Josh Allen. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today, and Nate is in. It's going to be a beautiful weekend.
Yes, it is. You golfing this weekend?
I don't have plans to at the moment, but it's not impossible. I'll put it that way. I got a wedding this weekend. So. Wedding this weekend, and then Bill Saints. So,
Also,
it'd have to be pretty early to get it around in on Sunday.
Saturday might be the best sports day of the year so far.
We got the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
And the college football slate is
spectacular.
Like Alabama, Georgia?
Georgia,
okay.
Oregon, Penn State, whiteout in Penn State.
Yep.
The first real football team Penn State's had to play all year.
Yep. Right. And, their record, James Franklin's record against those teams is usually pretty bad.
Yes.
803-0550 is the phone number if you've got a thought on Bills and Saints on Sunday. Time for Improving the Game Plan. Improving the Game Plan brought to you by Bath Fitter. Improve your bath in one day with Bath Fitter. It just fits. So what's the right game plan for this game? Is it whatever gets Josh Allen out of the game in the fourth quarter? What are the odds that Allen is not playing, you think, in the fourth quarter? Which is what they did they got there against the Jets, right? Yep. Or was that like midway through the fourth? Whatever it was.
Midway through the fourth. But yes, he didn't finish the game.
I think it's perfectly reasonable that the Bills just say, let's do what we did against the Jets. Let's not put Allen in harm's way for any reason. We don't need to. We don't need him to run in this game. We don't need him to stand back there in the pocket for long developing plays. Sure, the Saints are decent at run stopping, but we can run on this team because we can run on anybody. And you're right, by the way. The last time they really got stopped was that Kansas City regular season game where like James Cook averaged 2 yards an attempt. So it's been a while. So you run the ball and you say, all right, clean game, get Allen out of there, we win, we move on to next week. What I will say, though, is if you are taking them seriously at all, as like, hey, this is an NFL team and it's the NFL, stranger things have happened, and what I pointed out earlier, Bills are a 15.5-point favorite. In NFL history, teams that are 15.5-point favorites or greater are 193, 16-1.
What's that win percentage? Like 94%?
It's like that. I'll check, but it's about that. But there are 16 losses in there. So it has happened before. So when you look at that, if you did want to take them seriously, as like you can't take anybody lightly,
yeah,
what would you attack on New Orleans? You'd attack the secondary.
Yes, you would.
Kind of like what I thought the Bills would do against Miami last week, but they didn't. If you're playing matchups and you're attacking them at where they're weakest, you're probably opening up the pass game a little bit. But again, I still question that the Bills want to do that at all.
Yeah, I think the Bills probably want to have a running clock and get out.
Get in, get out.
I think Josh is probably pushing to be in the locker room as soon as possible so he could watch the Ryder Cup. Like Josh is like, could we
specifically?
Could we be in the locker room at 3:55?
Yeah,
that's the question that's going to be asked.
Well, Josh is going to actually wait a minute. New conspiracy theory because Alan's a big golf fan, huge golf fan. I mean, he's played with John Rahm before. Like he knows guys on this team. Alan is going to go and say, we are going to throw on every play. We're going to get up 40-0 by halftime so that I can go in and watch the Ryder Cup on the sidelines. Theory. Just a theory.
It's going to be on.
If Alan's a huge golf fan, you never know if he would do that.
By the way, quick update for those driving in. Bryson pulled one on number 3, the par 3, up to the left in the trap. Rahm up does the same thing. So they are both on the left green side bunker on 3.
Okay. So as we're like game plan stuff, not worried about the Bills' offense. I think whatever they want to do in this game, they'll probably be able to do it. What about the defense? Is the defense under the microscope for you at all in this game? So far, it's been up and down, right? Did not look good against the Ravens. Looked amazing against the Jets. Dolphins, probably could have looked better. Why is Tua scrambling for third down conversions? Why is Tua scrambling out left and creating things after? Like, there were some things to not like in the Miami game.
You don't ever, in a game plan against Tua and the Dolphins,
yeah,
the way you're rushing the passer is you are not expecting or game planning for him to break contain in your pocket.
But right, okay, that's right.
You know what I'm saying? So like him breaking, you don't have someone that's like, I got eyes on the court. If it's Lamar Jackson, you have a linebacker who's prepared for Lamar to break the pocket and be a runner.
But what that does is it makes the job harder on the corners.
No doubt.
And what they do with that test. Travius White especially failed that test.
Yeah.
Now he's covering Jalen Waddle. What about this week for that? If it's 3rd and 5, again, like we can look for individual things within the game. But okay, you want to double Olave, then what's the other side look like?
Shaheed's going to go deep.
That's what I mean. Like New Orleans doesn't have a lot.
Shaheed does one thing.
They have 3 receivers, receivers that aren't bad, right? Olave's pretty good. Shaheed's a great downfield threat. Even Brandon Cooks at this stage is like a fine player.
Isn't Cooks in?
No, he's back in New Orleans. So that's their receiver trio. So not bad. Like, I'll be watching for Tre'Davious White. Max Hairston's eligible to come off IR next week.
After that conversation we had with Sal yesterday, I don't know if it's going to be next week, though.
Maybe. Well, again, if Trey White is getting cooked week after week,
you might feel some more pressure to do that.
Right. So this would be a week where, like, if Trey White is covering Olave, but more so if he's covering Shaheed or Brandon Cooks, and he still looks like, man, he can't cover guys in space. Like, that is an individual player that I'll be watching for in this game. Not for this game even specifically, but what it means for going forward.
I do, too. I wonder, because we talked about Landon Jackson yesterday a little bit. I know it's kind of been, he's been the drink of the day, just in terms of like, is he gonna play? Is this a game you try to
Like, tell me what numbers he wear. That's a part of the land. How many Bills fans can tell me what number he wears right now? Because you haven't seen him.
Yeah, fair.
So, anyways, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, what about like in this game, you rotating series with Tre'Davious White and Dorian Strong?
Okay? I don't know. Like, I wasn't very high on the Tre'Davious White reunion in the first place.
It got better, but
what got better?
Like, his performance in training camp made me feel better.
That was the thing, though, where it's like that was being sold, right? Like, and I didn't disagree. I was there at training camp and was watching him, and he looked really good. But I didn't want to change my expectations too much for this player or any player based on just what they're doing on the practice field. Because the recent game tape tells me this player could be a liability. So, okay, he's having a nice camp, but what is that actually going to look like when we're out there on the field and he's going up against better receivers than he's going up against at Bills practice? And the first taste of that with Jalen Waddle, it didn't look very good. So I hear you. I don't mind that Dorian Strong idea. I mean, I don't need to rush Trey White out of the starting lineup right now. I don't think he's been that bad that we need to be hitting the panic button and saying, get him off the field. But I'm already thinking about it. And Dorian Strong was fine in game number 1, and he's super fast. And, I mean, super fast. He's a good athlete, right?
What's your level?
I'd be open to it is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm open to it, and I think we have to take a break here. But the other conversation that I want to have, too, about Hairston and Dorian Strong is, like, do you have reservations about having Dorian Strong look good? Do you not care?
I don't care. No. I mean, no, I don't think it would ever be a bad thing for what player to shine. Right.
I don't either. I
mean, the Bills have...
It would be awkward to get into another Elam. And the only reason I say this too is like having him be good right away would worry me a little bit in that like it all automatically puts pressure on Max Hairston. Automatically there's pressure on him.
The thing though, real quick on that comparison, because it's first round pick, 6th round pick again, right?
Yep.
It's Elam was a 1st, Benford was a 6th.
Yep.
Just to recap on how that went. If you believe Benford blocked Elam in any way, that's not really what happened.
No, Elam was bad.
Elam was bad, but he still got an opportunity to play.
Well, it's because he's a first-round pick. He was always going to get opportunities to play.
But if you remember, like, rookie Benford was there. There was no established number 1 corner out there on the field at all times like there is now with veteran Benford, right?
Yep.
Trey White was hurt. Trey White wasn't available when they had drafted Kyrie Elam and Christian Benford. So Elam, who, by the way, he started his 3rd game in the league, his 4th game in the league, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So he got out there, and in games 1 and 2, what did he play? 44% and 66%. Like, they were rotating him in because there was enough room that year for 2 rookies to be on the field.
That's right.
The only guy they had to beat out was Dane Jackson.
Which was not a hard thing to do.
Right. The only veteran corner you had to beat out was a replacement level guy. This team is different because this team has an established number 1 corner who's been paid that never comes off the field. So for Hairston and Strong, that's just the only point I want to make. Is it's a little different in that a few years ago when it's Benford and Elam, those two had opportunities for 2 different positions, 2 different spots. And fast forward to now, your current rookies, Hairston and Strong, if they both show out, there's only 1 spot. So I still don't think it's a problem, but yeah, it could limit opportunities for others because you have another guy that you would just never dream of taking off the field. 803-0550 is the phone number, a little on the state of corner there as we get rolling to Bills Saints. And again, like, on the Saints roster, the one thing that they're not that bad in would be their receiver room. They're not the best, but it's
their
fine.
Weapons are fine.
Yeah,
I like Juwan Johnson a lot.
Yeah,
their tight end's good.
He's been good so far this year. 803-0550 is the phone number. More on the Ryder Cup Of course, throughout the day, we'll get Brian Koziel in at some point here, and we'll also take a look around the league a little bit later on. Because other than just that Ravens and Chiefs matchup, there's some other real interesting matchups in Week 4 in the NFL as well. It's Jody Biasi and Nate Geary here on WGR. We're going to talk about trade deadline acquisitions in a month, right?
Yep.
And if Milano is having injury problems or Dorian Williams is looking rocky and inconsistent, I wonder if we talk about linebacker for this. How important is it going to be to possess the ability, not just to play with 3 linebackers, but to have guys that can then cover these freakazoid tight ends that are all over the NFL? The Bills are doing this on offense, right? If I'm a defense playing the Bills right now, wouldn't your best option be
base?
But you gotta have linebackers that can cover. And because there's so much carryover still from everybody being nickel, and there are so few teams that have had 3 good linebackers because you haven't needed it. But what about now? Do you feel like you need it now, or is it just a bonus to have it now? Because if I feel like if I'm playing the Bills, I'd want to have that.
I think if you're going to play too high shell, you have to be able to, I would say 30 to 40% of the time, be in base in order to stop their run game.
30 to 40% of the time to stop the run game, you got to be in base?
I think you do.
Isn't that how you play?
I don't think you can. I think if you dedicate a small nickel personnel against the Bills, they have no problem. I think their patience, that I think is their biggest ascension as an offense, both from a play caller perspective and a quarterback willing to be patient, take the underneath stuff, and be fine throwing for 148 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, and just turn around and hand the football off.
Okay.
So the Bills have developed a patience, a formula for, okay, we are totally cool winning a game 21 to 14, 21-20 by turning around and handing the ball off to our running back. And if you're going to stop us, then you better be in base, because their offensive line and what they can run out personnel package wise, they can still run the 6th offensive lineman, but now they've got Spencer Hawes, and I think it's changed how effective they can be in the pass game and in play action.
Right.
When those guys are on the field. This week, there was a lot of conversation about the last game and the Bills not, pushing the ball down the field and the short passing game, blah, blah, blah. And I'll say this. Under Joe Brady, have we seen the most consistent version of not only Josh Allen, but this offense from all the pieces working together? They can throw the football. They can run the football. Because I'm remembering when both Dorsey and when Brian Dable were here, I remember when Josh Allen became great, the thing was they need a conventional running game. They need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off to someone. And everyone's like, well, Devin Singletary's fine. And he was fine.
He was a fine running back.
Good.
Yeah.
And now that the Bills have a good running back, like maybe it's just personnel, but since Brady has been here, this offense has been as close to perfect as an NFL offense can be, with a large enough sample size to actually acknowledge it and say that's probably one of the most impressive feats over the last 18 months is what Joe Brady's done with this Bills offense. And it's a shock to me that he is still here.
Yeah. It's kind of, how are they, because you're right, they play very differently, and how does that relate to when they play a team that is just not in the same ballpark as them?
The way that they win offensively is so efficient and so consistent that and how about this too? I think the bar, a little bit of the conversation about why people this week have been like, oh, they play down to their opponent, when I just don't think there's actually examples of that in not the not so recent history. But I think a little of it is where I've been probably since 2020, which is the bar for me for this offense with Josh Allen has gone so high that a game where they score 31 points, beat their opponent by 10 on a short week in a division opponent, people are like, the hell is that? It went 2 drives, and they didn't do anything against the worst defense in football.
Liam and his staff a couple of guys coming from Minnesota, they've got legally a really advanced signal stealing type system where they always find a way to put themselves in an advantageous situation. They do a great job with it. They formation you to try to find any nugget they can. So we've got to be great with our signals, and we got to be great with our communication and to combat some of the tells that we might give on the field.
Robert Saleh, who is the current defensive coordinator in San Francisco, on some sign stealing stuff potentially going on in the NFL. Is Belichick back? Did I miss that? Did he take the buyout and return to the NFL?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
He definitely did not, by the way. Interesting there from Robert Saleh. I don't know. We'll see if that becomes a story at all. I kind of doubt it will, but you never know. Earlier, so very quickly here, we got the Ryder Cup going on right now. We got, the Bills and Saints matchup coming up. We got Sal coming up, and we'll talk more about with that. Earlier, Nate, you mentioned you don't think the NFC is that deep right now.
Yeah.
I think the way I see the NFC right now is that it's not top heavy. There's no kingpin team in the division or in the conference right now. I mean, you would think Philadelphia just because they won the Super Bowl and they're undefeated, but yeah, they don't.
Actually, that's a good game this weekend.
But they're doing what the Chiefs did last year.
Yeah,
they're winning games despite not really looking good while doing it. And hey, Kansas City won a game last year on a blocked kick at the end.
Yep.
That they probably shouldn't have, and what just happened with Philadelphia. They won on a blocked kick.
Yep.
So they're winning in ways that aren't really sustainable. And then I don't know, like you don't see there's like, or think there's like 6-7 good teams in the conference. I'll tell you who I think is good. I think the Commanders are good.
Okay.
I think the Niners are good.
Okay.
Seattle's good.
Sure.
I think the Rams are good.
Sure.
I think the Packers are good.
Sure.
Vikings and Lions.
Yeah.
I think the Bears even... I'm not there on the Bears. And then the Bucks are good.
None of those teams are as good as the second best team in the AFC.
But that's what I mean. Maybe we agree, we're just labeling it differently.
Sure.
I think there's like...
But even their top, But
that's why I think there's 8 good teams in the NFC, and there might not be like a great one.
Yeah.
AFC, I still think there's 2 great teams. I still think the best 2 teams in the NFL are in the AFC. I still think it's Bills and Ravens.
I am...
Packers took a hit on that.
I'm close to being out on the Ravens.
Okay. I mean, they do this. They were 0-2 last year.
I know.
Watch them throttle Kansas City on Sunday. If they don't do that, then
if they
I'll
don't
listen to
throttle
that.
Kansas City,
I think they will. As much as we
I
talked
bet
this
that game's
week,
closer than we think, though.
You think?
Yeah.
I'm different than you on that.
Xavier Worthy's going to be back.
Yeah, he's wearing a sling though. Like, how effective is he going to be? Maybe
he's not playing golf.
That's true. But if he takes a hit from maybe a teammate again, how is that going to look?
Ooh, JT.
U.S. hitting some shots right now. JT next to the hole. Sal Kapacio, when we come back on the injury report and the matchup against the Saints, we'll get a little bit more into it specifically when Sal returns here on Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Nate is in, and this is WGR.
This week there was a lot of conversation about the last game and the Bills not, pushing the ball down the field and the short passing game, blah, blah, blah. And I'll say this. Under Joe Brady, have we seen the most consistent version of not only Josh Allen, but this offense from all the pieces working together? They can throw the football. They can run the football. Because I'm remembering when both Dorsey and when Brian Dable were here, I remember when Josh Allen became great, the thing was they need a conventional running game. They need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off to someone. And everyone's like, well, Devin Singletary's fine. And he was fine.
He was a fine running back.
Good.
Yeah.
And now that the Bills have a good running back, like maybe it's just personnel, but since Brady has been here, this offense has been as close to perfect as an NFL offense can be with a large enough sample size to actually acknowledge it and say that's probably one of the most impressive feats over the last 18 months is what Joe Brady's done with this Bills offense. And it's a shock to me that he is still here.
Yeah. It's kind of how are they, because you're right, they play very differently, and how does that relate to when they play a team that is just not in the same ballpark as them?
The way that they win offensively is so efficient and so consistent that and how about this too? I think the bar, a little bit of the conversation about why people this week have been like, oh, they play down to their opponent, when I just don't think there's actually examples of that in not the not so recent history. But I think a little of it is where I've been probably since 2020, which is the bar for me for this offense with Josh Allen has gone so high that a game where they score 31 points, beat their opponent by 10 on a short week in a division opponent, people are like, the hell is that? It went 2 drives, and they didn't do anything against the worst defense in football.
We're going to talk about trade deadline acquisitions in a month, right?
Yep.
And if Milano is having injury problems or Dorian Williams is looking rocky and inconsistent, I wonder if we talk about linebacker for this. How important is it going to be to possess the ability, not just to play with 3 linebackers, but to have guys that can then cover these freakazoid tight ends that are all over the NFL? The Bills are doing this on offense, right? If I'm a defense playing the Bills right now, wouldn't your best option be
base?
But you gotta have linebackers that can cover. And because there's so much carryover still from everybody being nickel. And there are so few teams that have had 3 good linebackers because you haven't needed it. But what about now? Do you feel like you need it now, or is it just a bonus to have it now? Because if I feel like if I'm playing the Bills, I'd want to have that.
I think if you're going to play too high shell, you have to be able to, I would say 30 to 40% of the time, be in base in order to stop their run game.
30 to 40% of the time to stop the run game, you got to be in base?
I think you do.
Isn't that how you play?
I don't think you can. I think if you dedicate a small nickel personnel against the Bills, they have no problem. I think their patience, that I think is their biggest ascension as an offense, both from a play caller perspective and a quarterback willing to be patient, take the underneath stuff, and be fine throwing for 148 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, and just turn around and hand the football off.
Okay.
So the Bills have developed a patience, a formula for, okay, we are totally cool winning a game 21 to 14, 21-20 by turning around and handing the ball off to our running back. And if you're going to stop us, then you better be in base, because their offensive line and what they can run out personnel package wise. They can still run the sixth offensive lineman, but now they've got Spencer Hawes. And I think it's changed how effective they can be in the pass game and in play action.
Right.
When those guys are on the field.
Bills and Saints on Sunday at 1 o'clock. The Bills have some injuries to watch for today. Sean McDermott will give game designations with Sal Kapacio on the Extra Point Show in a couple of hours, so stay tuned for that. Sal joins the show next. Spencer Brown not practicing for the second day in a row with a calf injury. Also, Ed Oliver, Matt Milano still absent from practice, and AJ Epenesa was limited for the second day in a row. On the Saints side, Chase Young not participating for the second day in a row. That's the Barnes From Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes From. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Thursday Night Football, the Seahawks win over Arizona after the Cardinals roared back, erased a 2-touchdown deficit in the final seconds, but Seattle, with 28 seconds to go, drives down to kick a field goal to win the game. They're now 3-1 on the season. The Ryder Cup is underway. Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas are up 1 in their match. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood are up 1 in theirs. So very early on, in just a couple of holes in at Bethpage Black. Brian Koziel joins the show in a little bit from Bethpage Black to update us on that. Sabres lost last night, 5-2 to Detroit. Next up is tomorrow against the Red Wings again, this time at KeyBank Center. That's a 3 o'clock puck drop, and you can listen to the game right here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Football Friday rolls along here on WGR with some golf mixed in along the way because, of course, Ryder Cup. You can't ignore the Ryder Cup. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Jeremy White off this morning. Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary here on WGR, getting you ready for Bills and Saints. Sal Kapacio joins now on the West Her hotline. Sal, what are you? What's your fan level for the Ryder Cup? You got enough fan width to take in another golf tournament here?
Fan width. That's a new one. I've never heard that one. I like that.
We can't follow every sport.
That's right. You can't.
I mean, as I talk to you guys from Studio Capaccio, it is on television in front of me. So I'm watching it. And I wanted to make sure Max saw some of it before he went to school this morning. So I turned on at 7. I'm like, hey, you got to watch this. It's pretty cool. So he was getting into it on the first hole. We watched the first hole together. And, DeChambeau hits that long drive and whatever. So that was cool. And his question was, who's mom rooting for? I said, it's a good question.
Ooh.
I'm like, I don't know. I think she's kind of playing it down the middle. She's from Germany, but United States, American citizen. So I think she wants everybody to have a good time. How about that?
Do you think that could impact who Max would be rooting for?
No, he was definitely rooting for the U.S.
All right.
Yeah, he was like, let's go. That was kind of funny because he actually really likes John Rahm. I remember when we went to the PGA Championship and he really was excited to see John Rahm. And I'm thinking, well, Rahm's on the other side. So pretty cool though to see that, right? So then on top of that, so I'm watching. I won't be able to kind of watch it all day, but I'll definitely be dialed into it. I think it's a cool event. And I'm going to have Brian on. I don't know if you guys had Brian on today or not.
Not yet. I know it was like crazy at Bethpage like this morning, so he got in a little later, but we're going to have him on in a little bit. So yeah.
All right. Well, he's going to join me. The plan is for him to join me on Extra Point Show. He's at the Ryder Cup, which is super cool.
Yeah, awesome. At Bethpage Black. We'll keep you updated as it progresses here. Sal Kapacio on the West Her hotline. Let's start, Sal, with the injury report. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. And no changes on Thursday from Wednesday, but is that even maybe surprising? I don't know. Where are we at on the Spencer Brown injury? And probably a good sign, right, that A.J. Epinesa was out there at all on Thursday?
Yeah, very good sign at A.J. because we didn't know what the deal was with him showing up as limited on Wednesday with a pectoral injury. Thought maybe that was something that happened at practice, and it still could have, but when you see pectoral in a guy that wasn't expected to not practice or be limited because the coach didn't say anything, that's a red flag. But he was back out there yesterday. He wasn't even in a red non-contact jersey, just to give you an idea. So that's really good news. So we'll find out from Sean McDermott on him, as well as the 3 starters who did not practice once again. 2 days in a row for Spencer Brown with his calf, Matt Milano with his pec, and Ed Oliver with his ankle. We did see Ed Oliver standing off to the side while watching the D-line position. He was just in street clothes. So I don't know. It feels like it's not trending well for him or maybe Matt because they haven't practiced at all, although Sean McDermott will let us know today when he joins me on the Extra Point Show. It is interesting on Spencer Brown because after he did go on One Bills Live and he kind of indicated he was feeling okay and thought he'd be available, and maybe he still is, but he did not practice yesterday either. So we'll see where all those guys go right now from today and then into the weekend.
Hey, we did not talk much about this yesterday. I think you did a little with Chopin the Bulldog. But if Spencer Brown, if he either can't go or they wanted to play it, safe and hold him out if it's even close, where are we at on depth pieces behind him? Would it be right to Ryan Vandermark, who I believe started for him in the Chief game last year when he was hurt?
He did, and he is the swing tackle right now. So whether it would be Dion Dawkins or Spencer Brown having any issues, Ryan Vandermark would be the first guy up. That normally last year was Tylon Grable, and then Tylon Grable got hurt, and Spencer Brown then Ryan Vandermark became the swing tackle. So they're both kind of right in that space, and there was a lot of talk this year about would Ryan Vandermark even make the 53, and then late in training camp, Tylon Grable has a concussion, so he's not on, or he got hurt, and then So then basically Ryan Vandermark did become the guy in the 53 who was the swing tackle. So yes, to answer your question, because actually you only have really one true tackle who's a backup to the 2 you have. Alec Anderson's more of a guard, but he can play tackle in a pinch. Chase Lunt can play tackle. I shouldn't say he is a tackle, but they used him at guard a little bit. He's also a rookie, and I don't know if they really want to put him on the field, except in situations where, maybe the game is a little out of reach or something like that. And Cedric Van Pran-Granger's the center. So, yeah, it would be Ryan Vandermark.
Could help a little bit that Chase Young hasn't played yet this year for New Orleans, so it's not really like they're missing him. But he's probably not going to play on Sunday. So one of the, on paper starting defensive ends for New Orleans probably not playing on Sunday, which could help a little bit. What the Milano and Oliver injuries, Sal, they weren't placed on IR, so. No. In terms of, long-term worry, is there any of that, or do you think just that simple fact that they didn't go on IR, should we be thinking about these being nagging injuries for either one of them throughout the entire year?
Nagging should certainly happen. You never know, right? Or you have a re-injury or something, which is why maybe they're just slow playing it here, right? Because you don't want them to get re-injured. I think there's two things that tell me that I wouldn't be too concerned about that, Joe. Number one is what you said. They didn't put him on IR. Now, if you do put him on IR, they have to miss 4 games. It's already been. Somebody asked me yesterday, well, why didn't they put Ed on IR if he's already going to miss another game? Well, that'll be the 3rd game. IR would mean you miss 4, and, you can't practice while you're on IR. So that's number one, why you wouldn't do that, because if you think he's coming back before the 4 games, you don't do it. The other part is you only get 8 guys to return from IR. They've already used 2 of them. Remember at cutdown day, they were able to put a couple guys on IR. They did that with both Max Harrison and Tyler Bass. So... it wasn't Bass, actually. It was Tylon Grable. I'm sorry, Tylon Grable.
Right.
So you already have 2 guys who are designated to return. You only get 6 more throughout the year, okay? So that's number one. Then, of course, the other part is Sean McDermott, in his own words. Him saying that these guys are improving, they're getting better, we'll see where the week goes. I think that kind of indicates to me when I hear the coach say that I'm not too concerned with these being longer-term injuries. Now, that said, there's always a chance you could re-aggravate something, you could re-injure something. And the fact that they just haven't put them out there might be just really, hey, let's give as much time as possible here to these guys to make sure they're super, healthy and protected, and they're not going to go out there and have a chance of re-injury.
Did we ever get any more clarification on what happened to Oliver, or was it a mystery because it didn't happen, or do we even know if it happened on the field?
He got stepped on.
Okay. Gotcha.
He got stepped on during practice. And what's interesting to me is he got stepped on, but it's listed as an ankle, right? So I don't know, like when you think of getting stepped on your foot, you think like the top of your foot or something.
Yeah.
But he actually listed as an ankle, so that tells me maybe he got stepped on and twisted or something. I don't know specifically. I'm just saying he got stepped on, and the official injury designation is ankle.
No, that sounds like that's an injury you see in like basketball a lot, right?
Yeah,
like when a guy either gets stepped on, or if he steps on another foot and the ankle twists. That's an injury you see a lot in the NBA. So I can imagine, what that looked like for Oliver.
I also, not that I ever think, Sal, that Sean or anyone in the organization, a player, would even say or admit something to this. But, I think they have to be looking at least a little bit at the schedule, getting to the bye week. I don't know that there's and frankly, Sal, this team has built a lot of strong depth, whether it's through the draft, free agency, they're getting reinforcements after the 6th week. To me, what's the point of if Spencer Brown's 80%, or, Ed Oliver's 85%, or whatever it is, I got to imagine they're looking at this game, even next week to a certain extent. I know the Patriots are bad, but just they wouldn't say it, but I do wonder if they're just we feel confident with our depth guys playing against these teams and the strength of this schedule coming up, and let's just focus on getting healthy at the bye week.
Yeah, I understand and think that you have to wonder that, but as you said, they're not going to ever say that, and you take every game seriously. But a lot of that comes into just having depth that you believe in, right? Whereas maybe it doesn't matter any opponent. Let's remember what we said last year. They played the Chiefs and they started Ryan Vandermark, right?
Yep.
And he played well. So whether it's the Chiefs or the Saints, I think you just have to build a roster that you're confident in and say it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Let's make sure we get healthy. Let's make sure that these guys – it is a long game. You do play the long game here because this is a long season. You want to keep everybody as healthy as possible. They do have the bye week coming up in a few weeks, and then you're going to have more things to talk about with Hoyt and Ogunjobi and stuff like that, and those guys returning. I understand what you're saying, though, for sure, Nate, and I think you have to kind of look at the big picture. But I don't think you do that and say, well, this is a lighter opponent. I think you do it and just say, hey, look, these guys are ready. They can step in. They can play. They've done it against higher level competition. And, we're confident that they can do that. Because I don't think no matter who you're playing, I'll say it this way. I don't think no matter who you're playing, you have to protect your quarterback. You're not putting somebody on the offensive line who you are not confident in that's going to be able to do that. By the way, guys, I'm thinking about stepped on foots at practice. Do you remember when Sammy Watkins, that happened to him?
Yes.
Sammy Watkins had a surgically repaired foot.
Yes.
And then at practice, he got it stepped on, and he was out another 8 weeks.
And it was he had foot injuries his whole career.
Yeah.
He never recovered from it.
Yeah, it was because he had a couple of them. So it happens. Well, hoping, Oliver's is better than the results are better than that one was.
And then, I had people asking me because when the Epinesa thing came out, just to address these kinds of questions that come up, and I get it. Man, why do these guys get hurt at practice so much? What are they doing at practice? Well, they're playing football, and that's what happens. And the only way to prevent injuries is not to do it because it's not like they're not tackling each other live, right? Like Epinesa, whether maybe he tweaked something during practice in his pectoral, whatever, but they're not tackling each other. You know what I mean? I know they did go with pads the one day when Ed got hurt, but he got stepped on. It wasn't again. They're going with pads. It doesn't mean that they're going live and doing goal line and all that. So, I don't know. It's just, to me, these things happen around the league. Didn't this happen? Who was it last year? The Dolphins guy got poked in the eye, and he was out 2 months.
Sealer.
Yeah,
Zach Sealer.
And that's a practice injury. He got poked in the eye. He was out for weeks.
Right. Yeah, sometimes just a fluky thing can happen, right? That happens all the time. Sal Kapacio on the Wester Hotline. So, Sal, on this matchup, I went through the numbers earlier. When teams are favored by this much, it almost never happens that they lose outright. In fact, I did look up the Bills are 8-2 all time when they're favored by 15.5 or more, but both losses came in the same season. They were both in 1992, so I don't know what happened that year. I mean, they made the Super Bowl, so it didn't.
I remember one was the Jets, and I think the other might have been the Colts.
The Colts was the other one. You're right. Those are the two games. So other than that, whenever they're favored by this much, they win. Teams all time are 196-16, so it's not like it never happens, but it's pretty rare. So when you look at this Saints team, what do you see any challenges that present themselves? I heard you yesterday say Rattler isn't that bad. Actually, by EPA per play numbers, he's not the best, but he's closer to the middle of the pack so far this year than he is the bottom. They've got a couple nice receivers, so it's not a great football team, but there are pockets on the roster that I think are respectable.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to that 92 season. I remember that. They go to Indy and they lose in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Then they come back and lose to the Jets. And for people who remember this, I know you guys wouldn't be able to remember this. You weren't around.
Yep.
For people who remember, that is the year. That is the game. The Bills played the Jets the week after the Jets' Dennis Byrd injury.
Okay.
Dennis Byrd injured his neck. He was paralyzed. And it was a big rallying cry for the Jets. And, obviously it was a really big, tough situation around the league. And the Jets come to Buffalo the next week, and they're big underdogs, and they beat the Bills 24-17. That's what happened in 1992.
Okay, wait a minute. They lost back-to-back games being favored by 15.5 and 16.5?
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
I mean, I don't know. Were people freaking out about spreads and stuff like that? They had made multiple Super Bowls, so maybe there was a greater faith at that point. I don't know. What did that sound like after they lost back-to-back games like that? That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they were 9-2 going into that game, that stretch,
right,
and then they come out 9-4, right?
Yeah.
If I remember right, it was more like, oh my God, this is same old Bills, right? You look, they're just going to break your heart,
right?
Or have a really, that's what people would say, right? Oh my God, they were so good, but they're, lay an egg in a situation like that. But I do remember that when that happened. So anyway, the Saints, yes,
yeah.
I think Spencer Rattler has some talent. I think he has some arm talent. He's a good athlete. He can move around. He can do some things. I don't know about long-term what they're going to do. I was talking with Nick Underhill on a podcast. He covers the Saints, and we had this discussion too. And, when you look at them, you're like, are they looking to draft a quarterback if they're finishing high? I think you almost have to when you're in that situation, but then you're just moving on again from a guy maybe in Spencer Rattler who you could actually build around and work around, because I actually think he's done a pretty good job. I just don't know overall. They don't have the strongest offensive line. They throw a lot of shorter passes, guys. They don't push the ball down the field a lot. If you look at some of the metrics and numbers, like they grind out possessions. And what happens with a team like the Saints, they make mistakes then, and they're trying to grind it out. They make a mistake and then it blows up on them. And that's what happened last week against Seattle. And then they had a lot of penalties the first week. They cleaned it up in week 2. They had a lot more penalties again last week. And when you're a team that's grinding out possessions, you get penalties, and then you play really poor special teams like they did. That's how you get down like they did against Seattle last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely the recipe.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. Sal, I wanted to get one league thing kind of that relates to the Bills. Last night, I don't know how into that game you were. I mean, it would have been easy to turn it off at halftime. The Cardinals.
I'm into the
lifeless.
game because I literally have, and I didn't do this intentionally. Yeah. I literally have Kenneth Walker on 4 fantasy teams out of 4.
Wow, you're a big Kenneth Walker guy, huh?
So you're also a Zach Charbonnet hater like me.
Well,
yes, that is correct. Now, no, I'm not. I'm not a big Kenneth Walker guy, but the value was good, and I didn't realize I had him drafted in so many leagues.
That dude gets hit in the backfield more often than any player I've ever seen. This year, it's actually, I think, a little better, but
he actually, though, has some decent fantasy numbers, though.
Yeah, that's right. He actually ended up okay. 81 yards, couple catches. So yeah, he ended up okay. I was seeing it pointed out last night that every single time that the Seahawks went to 12 personnel last night, the Cardinals were matching them with their base package, 3 linebackers, and they were getting cooked by it. Their linebackers just could not, and it's not like the Seahawks have all-world tight ends, and they just couldn't stop them. And I wonder if you think this about the Bills at all, or maybe the league, that there might be a shift towards, this doesn't even have to eliminate teams playing too high, but the Bills I saw are playing more than triple the amount of base defense this year that they typically have played in past seasons. You saw Shaq Thompson last week a little bit.
A lot of Shaq Thompson,
And I wonder if that's a step that's coming where defenses are going to want to have not just the ability to play with 3 linebackers, but to have linebackers that can cover, right? Because these tight ends all around the league are making an impact, and how do you cover them? I don't know how you're supposed to do it, but more running, more tight ends, and I wonder if a defensive adjustment that's coming is more and more base, and the Bills might already be onto that.
Oh, I think it's already here. I think the Bills have started to do that. I think even we've seen some of Taron Johnson's kind of numbers dip a little bit. I don't have them in front of me, but I just can tell you just from watching, he comes off the field a little bit more. That's started to take shape. That's happened against teams like the Ravens in the past anyway. Now it's starting to happen a little bit more. I remember when the Chiefs came here in the divisional round, the Bills lost a couple of years ago, and they ran 3 tight ends against the Bills. Not 2, but 3, and they just big boyed them, and it was tough, and the Bills had really no answer there. And I think that the response of the Bills has been to try maybe go a little bit more heavy in those situations. I said it. I remember telling Chopin Bulldog this back in 2014, 2015, somewhere around there.
Okay.
And I said, football is cyclical, and you're going to see now, because that's when we started to see a little bit more of the passing game come out, and then it really exploded. I'm like, look, the response is that these teams are now taking advantage of these, linebackers who can't cover, and they're just spreading out the field. I said, but you're going to see at some point you're going to get lighter and more athletic on defense, and teams are going to start running the ball more. And then we've seen that. The resurgence in the running game has come back, right? Yeah. We've seen that. And it's just cyclical. That's what happens here. So I think we're seeing the shift back. We're seeing the evolution again. This is what happens in football. If you're going to throw 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends on the field, I'm going to have to try and defend it with guys who are bigger but also faster, and you don't find those guys everywhere. So you're going to have to really try and thread that needle a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know that it's happening to the Bills yet, by the way. How teams play them. Baltimore, you see this a lot. Teams are always playing Baltimore with 3 linebackers. The Bills did it, right? I don't know if you're seeing different, but when I watch what the Bills are going up against, I'm still seeing a lot of nickel coverages and a lot of Miami. They were backing up last week, right? With kind of a lighter type of defense. And I wonder, maybe it hasn't happened yet, I don't think, but I wonder if teams are going to look at the Bills and say, maybe we do have to play them like Baltimore, because they're just, especially if Jackson Hawes becomes a story, and it's they're just going to beat us all day with these tight ends in this run game.
Yeah, I think the Bills have intentionally built the tight end room exactly how you see it now, the way they want it, and the way what you see. And it reminds me a lot of the running back room. And I've said this kind of when I was out at training camp watching it evolve a little bit, which is in both rooms you have 3 guys, right? And you have your one guy that's the athletic, on the field, can beat you, get the ball in his hands. That's James Cook at running back, and it's Dalton Kincaid for the most part, at tight end. And we've seen him start to have a resurgence here. Then you have a guy who can kind of be a little bit more of a power guy and really help out in situations where it's short yardage, whatever. That's Ray Davis. That's Jackson Hawes.
Yep.
And then you have your guy that kind of does a little bit of everything. That's Ty Johnson. That's Dawson Knox, right? It's not a one-for-one comparison. I get it. But they have these three different skill sets of one guy who's all the way kind of one extreme, if you will. Another guy's another extreme. One guy's in the middle. And that's what you have at tight end. So when the Bills throw these guys out there, teams kind of have to pick and choose, what they can do. And what they found out along the way, and this is a big reason of the conversation we had about about Dalton Kincaid. What they found out along the way is, Dalton Kincaid can start blocking now. Jackson Hawes can catch passes now, and we can throw him down the field on a seam, and he can beat the Ravens. And I just think that really puts a defense in a bind.
Yeah, I saw a good tweet from, I think it was Steve Palazzolo the other day, too. It's like the biggest difference in the league right now might be the teams that have tight ends that are willing to block and can block and the teams that don't. And I thought immediately about how, the Kyle Pitts is this. Kyle Pitts just never been a good blocker. He probably never will be a good blocker. And Kincaid is not known for that. But I feel like every game I'm seeing a clip of Kincaid throwing a guy around. So he's at least willing to do it.
I also think there's part of it is willingness, Joe. But I also think in Sal, he's developed the area of his game. It's not just that he's willing; it's that he's gotten good at it.
And he's the pass catching one.
Yeah.
So that's usually a good sign.
That guy was in Buffalo all offseason, and he lived in the weight room. And I know people say that because it sounds good. I'm telling you, that guy was in Buffalo all offseason, and he lived in the weight room. And he took everything to heart and everything seriously, that what was said and what was told to him. And it was a very frustrating year last year, I know, for him and everybody else because of the injuries and Josh missing him, and Josh even saying it's on me missing him. And I just think that how many times have we seen in this regime a guy make a jump from year 2 to year 3? It's just happened a lot, right? I know you want – this goes back to our conversation about rookies the other day. I know you want your rookies to all hit right away and play right away. But there's something to be said for developing a football player. Mm-hmm. And it's tough to come into this league and do that, especially in a roster that you have guys above you that's tougher to crack the lineup. Dalton Kincaid had to develop that part of his game. And it's starting to show up, and you hope it continues. And you hope that he continues to do what he's been doing through the first 3 games. But I think that's a real good example of what we've seen from a lot of guys under this regime from year 2 to year 3 and how they've made that jump.
Sal Kapacio on the West Her Hotline. The Extra Point Show today. What should we be looking out for Sean McDermott at a certain time?
I think it's not going to be until 11 a.m. hour, but I don't want people to tune off the radio in the 10 a.m. hour, of course, so you never know.
So stay tuned.
So stay tuned, but I think it might be a little later than it had been the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
So in the meantime, the plan is right now, these are moving targets because you never know when, when Sean calls, we take him, right? You know what I mean? So, but, so Brian Colzio, I'll have Brian Colzio and I'll have Pat Hammer. So we'll talk about weather. It should be really good. Talk to Brian about the Ryder Cup. He's out in Bethpage. And we'll talk with Sean McDermott. So as I always say, just keep your head in the swivel on a Friday.
Perfect. Thank you, Sal, and we'll see you Sunday.
All right. I'll see you guys. I'll be in there in a little while. I'll see you.
All right, we'll see you in a couple hours. Sal Kapacio on the West Her Hotline. When we come back, Chris Brown on this matchup against New Orleans, and a little bit on, this about the Bills' tight end room and what they've kind of developed here that we're already seeing. It's working better at the start of this year than it has in any past year. That when we return here on Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Nate's in. This is WGR. As we're game plan stuff, not worried about the Bills' offense. I think whatever they want to do in this game, they'll probably be able to do it. What about the defense? Is the defense under the microscope for you at all in this game? So far, it's been up and down, right? Did not look good against the Ravens. Looked amazing against the Jets. Dolphins, probably could have looked better. Why is Tua scrambling for third down conversions? Why is Tua scrambling out left and creating things after? There were some things to not like in the Miami game.
You don't ever, in a game plan against Tua and the Dolphins, the way you're rushing the passer is you are not expecting or game planning for him to break contain in your pocket. Right, okay, that's right. You know what I'm saying? So, him breaking, you don't have someone that's I got eyes on the court. If it's Lamar Jackson, you have a linebacker who's prepared for Lamar to break the pocket and be a runner.
But what that does is it makes the job harder on the corners.
No doubt.
And what they do with that test. Travius White especially failed that test.
Yeah.
Now he's covering Jalen Waddle. What about this week for that? If it's 3rd and 5, again, we can look for individual
Double
things
Olave
within
and
the
let's see.
game. But, okay, you want to double Olave, then what's the other side look like?
Shahid's going to go deep?
But that's what I mean. Like, New Orleans doesn't have a lot.
Shahid does one thing.
They have three receivers,
Really well,
receivers that aren't bad, right? Olave's pretty good. Shahid's a great downfield threat. Even Brandon Cooks at this stage is like a fine player.
Isn't Cooks in?
No, he's back in New Orleans. So that's their receiver trio. So not bad. Like, I'll be watching for Tre'Davious White. Max Hairston's eligible to come off IR next week.
After that conversation we had with Sal yesterday, I don't know if it's going to be next week, though.
Maybe. Well, again, if Trey White is getting cooked week after week,
you might feel some more pressure to do that.
Right. So
this
would be a week where, like, if Trey White is covering Olave, but more so if he's covering Shahid or Brandon Cooks, and he still looks like, man, he can't cover guys in space. Like, that is an individual player that I'll be watching for in this game. Not for this game even specifically, but what it means for going forward.
This week, there was a lot of conversation about the last game and the Bills not, pushing the ball down the field and the short passing game, blah, blah, blah. And I'll say this. Under Joe Brady, have we seen the most consistent version of not only Josh Allen, but this offense from all the pieces working together? They can throw the football. They can run the football. Because I'm remembering when both Dorsey and when Brian Dable were here, I remember when Josh Allen became great, the thing was they need a conventional running game. They need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off to someone. And everyone's like, well, Devin Singletary's fine. And he was fine.
He was a fine running back.
Good.
Yeah.
And now that the Bills have a good running back, like, maybe it's just personnel, but since Brady has been here, this offense has been as close to perfect as an NFL offense can be with a large enough sample size to actually, like, acknowledge it and say, like, that's probably one of the most impressive feats over the last 18 months is what Joe Brady's done with this Bills offense. And it's a shock to me that he is still here.
Yeah. It's kind of, how are they, because you're right, like, they play very differently, and how does that relate to when they play a team that is just not in the same ballpark as them?
The way that they win offensively is so efficient and so consistent that and how about this too? I think the bar, a little bit of the conversation about why people this week have been like, oh, they play down to their opponent, when I just don't think there's actually examples of that in not so recent history. But I think a little of it is where I've been probably since 2020, which is the bar for me for this offense with Josh Allen has gone so high that a game where they score 31 points, beat their opponent by 10 on a short week in a division opponent, people are like, the hell is that? It went 2 drives, and they didn't do anything against the worst defense in football.
Football Friday here on WGR, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Quick Ryder Cup update. Bryson DeChambeau and
JT
Justin Thomas.
Stinks.
They're up 1.
He stinks.
We're good. You're going to be mad about the next two because Oberg and Fitzpatrick are up 3 already on Scotty Scheffler and Ross Henley. McIlroy and Fleetwood up 2 on Morikawa and Harris English. And then for the U.S., Xander Schauffele, Patrick Cantlay are up 1 on McIntyre and Hovland. So
the good news
it's 2-2 right now, but Europe's up by more in their 2 matches. So
DeChambeau and Thomas should be up 3. They're up only 1.
Yep.
JT just yanked one into the sand trap with Rahm and Hatton overlooking a ball, deciding whether or not they're going to take an unplayable.
All right, we'll see what they do.
And also, Rahm just had probably the best shot I've ever seen.
So. Ryder Cup, 6 holes in. Brian Koziel at Bethpage Black. We'll check in with him in just a little bit. Chris Brown now on the Wester Hotline, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com by Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com and by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. Chris, the Saints this Sunday. The Bills have only beaten the Saints 1 time at home ever, and it was 1983. I'm not sure you go that far back.
I do not. Right. I was 11, so even I was young once. It's weird. It's one of the teams in the league that they've played the fewest times ever. And with this rotational schedule now, they at least play them once every 4 years, and they play them at home once every 8. And here we are. It was interesting. We were talking about this earlier in the week because, the last time they came here, that was Sean Payton, Drew Brees, and that whole crew, and they just put a whooping on the Bills in their first year under Sean McDermott, ran for almost 300 yards, and it's very ironic that the shoe is completely on the other foot now. 8 years later, Kellen Moore in his first year, and the Bills, the #1 rushing team in football. So I'm very curious to see how this one plays out and if it's as lopsided. I don't think it'll be that lopsided, but we know that Coach McDermott may have held a little bit of a grudge, which is why he didn't mind beating down the Broncos in the playoffs last year, 31-7.
Yeah, and it's a 15.5-point spread most places. Some places maybe it's still 16.5. So it's the biggest one in the league so far this year, Chris. And, on paper, it's the biggest mismatch we've seen. The Saints were expected to be one of the worst teams in football. So far, they look like the worst team in football. There's really, though, no... We got a couple of fans, couple of callers, early on this morning, hey, the Bills... they at times will play down to their opponent, but I don't know. Neither of us really agreed with that. The Bills have a long history of blowing teams out that they're supposed to, or at least getting the job done. Really, the only game I can think of that fits that bill is maybe the Jaguars game with Urban Meyer years ago. But otherwise, Sean McDermott, Josh Allen, they're very good, I think, at not taking opponents lightly when maybe they could.
Yeah, and I would say the big difference for the Bills the last year plus has been how efficient they have been and playing relatively mistake-free football. They've just reached another level when it comes to that, and it seems as though the team, the players, have come around to a way of thinking that, mirrors some of the great teams of the past, whether you're talking about the Patriots dynasty or the most recent iteration of the Chiefs, where year after year, even if they're not the same high-octane type of team that was just ruining people on a weekly basis, or maybe they get a week where they weren't playing airtight football, the efficiency of their play was still good enough to get them a 10-point win like last week, for example. So I think that's the stratosphere that the Bills have entered, as a team you can at least be confident will play an efficient style, an efficient brand of football. And more often than not, that will win you, probably more than 70% of your games through the course of a season. How many times did we see the Bills with a 9 or a 10-point lead on the Patriots midway through the third quarter, and then they would do something to beat themselves and the Patriots would capitalize? That's kind of where the Saints are right now, because my God, they handed it to the Seahawks last week.
Yeah, well, the other way around, the Seahawks handed it to them, right? Like with special teams too, and we'll see what that looks like on Sunday. I wonder because the offense, however they play this game, if they want to attack, with Allen, or if they want to run the ball, it feels like they might be able to do whatever they want. It's not that the Saints have this imposing offense, Chris, but I think third down defense is on the minds of a lot of fans. And again, it's Spencer Rattler. It's not a terrible group of receivers, but I wonder for you, like, how much you'll be watching for how the Bills defense looks in this game, and maybe even in those specific circumstances like third downs that they haven't looked so great so far.
Yeah, I mean, Rattler has arm talent. I don't think there's any debate about that. I mean, he's a talented quarterback. I find his 5.37 yards per attempt interesting. I was trying to pick the brain of some Saints people I was talking to this week to see if that's more a byproduct of lack of protection, or is it, hey, we just want to take high percentage completions to just try to stay on schedule offensively. I think it is more of the latter, and that worked well for them in the first 2 weeks, which both ended up being one-score losses. The wheels fell off last week because of special teams more than anything else, where, they get a punt return for a touchdown, they get a kick blocked, and it gets recovered at their 12-yard line. Seattle goes in and scores, and then they give up a 60-yard kickoff return, and Seattle goes in and scores again. And before they know it, it's 21-0. So I don't know if they can. I mean, if they can avoid that, the first two games would indicate that they're at least good enough to stay in a game. Whether they can do that against the Bills in a road environment, I think is another consideration. But they can make plays. We know that. Every NFL team has good talent. They force-feed the ball to Olave. He's second in the league in third down receptions. So you kind of have a good idea of where they're going on third down. So you roll all that together and you say, okay, well, maybe they can do a few things. But you're right. I think it's more about putting some of the Bills' I don't even know if, I guess you would call them deficiencies right now under the microscope. That is third down defense. I think it's also red zone defense, guys, because through 3 games, the Bills' red zone defense is giving up 6.6 yards per carry. That's got to get appreciably better. They got to cut that number in half, maybe even more, if they want to be a more efficient red zone defense. Because if you let a team run in the red zone, you're pretty much cooked. You're going to be giving up touchdowns instead of field goals.
Chris, I wanted to ask you kind of your thoughts so far through 3 games, because I think Cole Bishop, right or wrong, took the brunt end of a lot of criticism, anxiety just about the position at large. What have your thoughts been through 3 games of his performance, and has he, injected some more confidence in you than maybe you even had going into the season about what he was capable of, just because we didn't see it?
Yeah, we didn't see it, so it's the unknown, right? I think it was very similar when Terrell Bernard stepped into the starting middle linebacker role. He missed the whole preseason, and we're like, this guy got named the starter, and my God, he was fantastic out of the chute there. I still remember his interception and fumble recovery game against the Washington Commanders in Washington a few years back in 23, when he and A.J. Epinesa kind of took over the game with takeaways. But I'm hoping it's similar with Bishop. And look, time on task, I think, is going to be enormously beneficial to him, because that's something he really hasn't had in his 2 years with the Bills here. So I think he's getting better with each passing week. If you just take a moment to focus on him when the defense is on the field, you'll see him doing an awful lot of pre-snap communication. I think he's capably pre-snap identifying some of what's coming at times. I distinctly remember Eric Wood on the broadcast pointing out it's actually on the Bosa forced fumble against the Jets. You look at that play pre-snap, he's telling A.J. Epinesa to hold contain on his side, because based on the pre-snap tight end movement, he knew Justin Fields was going to boot out to his side. So he's yelling at him, contain over there, hold that side. He does. And ultimately, Fields tries to scramble and cuts inside, and that leaves him open to Bosa on the backside to come back and force that fumble. So just a small example of what he is picking up on the fly as he goes, learning how to study, leading up to the week, and then employing that in the game plan to help get his guys lined up and make plays.
So, Chris, seeing, his progression through 3 games and knowing what he kind of had to go through last year, what's your expectations if Maxwell Harrison does eventually get activated off IR and designated return and comes back? How do you expect Sean McDermott, just based on history, to play the cards with Harrison if he becomes healthy and available for this team down the stretch?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a slow burn here. And the reason I say that is we think about all the time Cole Bishop missed last year. This guy's missed a month more than that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we're going on 2 months. And I think we know how the process works. They don't just throw somebody into the deep end of the pool unless they know they can implicitly trust them on the field. I think that's why it's very rare that we see young players making catastrophic mistakes on the field because they don't put them in that environment unless they absolutely have to. The Bills' hand was forced last year when they had to put Bishop on the field in Week 5 in Houston, and we saw a major mental error there, on the Collins touchdown. Yep. Aside from that, I really have trouble finding a time where a young player made some kind of catastrophic mistake because they don't expose their young players to fall victim to stuff like that. So I think it's going to be a slow burn, working him back into, an opportunity to start or get snaps. We may even see a platoon situation when he's back and healthy and they feel he's ready. I will say this, though. The cornerback position carries far less overarching responsibility as it pertains to the entire defense. So I think that might accelerate his reinsertion into the lineup and playing a role than it might be for somebody like Bishop or a middle linebacker like Bernard.
Chris Brown on the Wester Hotline. Thank you, Chris. Enjoy the game on Sunday. It's supposed to be beautiful, 1 o'clock. So I know Bills fans are fired up for the game just because of the weather and the time. So enjoy the call, and we'll see you then.
Yeah, we're playing with house money right now. This has been unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, it's summer. It feels like summer, basically. Jeremy weeps. Fall's elite season has hardly started yet.
Well, we got screwed out of May, so we're owed September.
We are definitely owed
That's
September,
good.
Especially golfers.
Yeah, this was owed.
Yeah, amen to that.
Thanks, Chris.
Take care, guys.
Chris's appearance here on WGR brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. When we come back, it's just who needs to just get results, and maybe can we shove the U.S. Ryder Cup team when it comes to putting into this, maybe?
Not the team.
It's supposed to be a Bills feature, but how about we make some putts out there,
JT... Who could have seen it? Him and Morikawa being this team's downfall.
Scheffler missed a putt, too, from 6
Scheffler
feet to
did
tie
miss
a hole
a putt.
that he should have. So we'll update you on the Ryder Cup as well as we move along here. Football Friday with some Ryder Cup on the side here on WGR. As we're like game plan stuff, not worried about the Bills' offense. I think whatever they want to do in this game, they'll probably be able to do it. What about the defense? Is the defense under the microscope for you at all in this game? So far, it's been up and down, right? Did not look good against the Ravens. Looked amazing against the Jets. Dolphins, probably could have looked better. Why is Tua scrambling for third down conversions? Why is Tua scrambling out left and creating things after? Like, there were some things to not like in the Miami game.
You don't ever, in a game plan against Tua and the Dolphins.
Yeah.
The way you're rushing the passer is you are not expecting or game planning for him to break contain in your pocket.
But, right, okay, that's right.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, him breaking, you don't have someone that's like, I got eyes on the court. If it's Lamar Jackson, you have a linebacker who's prepared for Lamar to break the pocket and be a runner.
But what that does is it makes the job harder on the corners.
No doubt.
And what they do with that test. Travius White especially failed that test.
Yeah.
Now he's covering Jalen Waddle. What about this week for that? If it's 3rd and 5, again, like we can look for individual things within the game. But okay, you want to double Olave, then what's the other side look like?
Shaheed's going to go deep?
That's what I mean. Like New Orleans doesn't have a lot.
She does one thing.
They have three receivers, receivers that aren't bad, right? Olave's pretty good. Shahid's a great downfield threat. Even Brandon Cooks at this stage is like a fine player.
Isn't Cooks in?
No, he's back in New Orleans. So that's their receiver trio. So not bad. Like, I'll be watching for Tre'Davious White. Max Hairston's eligible to come off IR next week.
After that conversation we had with Sal yesterday, I don't know if it's going to be next week, though.
Maybe. Well, again, if Trey White is getting cooked week after week,
you might feel some more pressure to do that.
Right. So this would be a week where, like, if Trey White is covering Olave, but more so if he's covering Shaheed or Brandon Cooks, and he still looks like, man, he can't cover guys in space. Like, that is an individual player that I'll be watching for in this game. Not for this game even specifically, but what it means for going forward. They're going to win on Sunday. Everybody thinks they're going to win on Sunday. Is it offensive to just keep putting it that way? I'm doing it without even thinking. Like, I almost caught myself in midair, like, they're going to win on Sunday. But there's just no doubt anywhere, right?
There are quite a few people that exist today that are still like, they play down to their opponent, and like, you know that these games always end up close. And I'm like, I don't remember. Like, what games have you been watching?
I've heard that this week. By the way,
the largest, like,
favorite in the league.
Well, just like over the last couple of years, like, their margin of victory against bad teams.
Yeah.
They beat bad teams badly more than anyone in football does. Mm-hmm. Their point differential since basically Josh Allen's been Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Is like 100 points higher than the next team.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's like leftover drought.
Maybe. Is there a game that also is doing that? Even if it's only one or two.
A couple of Dolphins games, maybe. A Jets game here.
The Dolphins, though, have never been 16-point underdogs.
But they are. But, like, also, like, a lot of people were upset about last week's game. It's a division game. It's the first game of like, where you're not going to have all of your cards on the table.
It's always tough to play against Lamar and the Baltimore Ravens. Stopping Lamar is one thing, trying to contain him is another. And over the years, you look how prolific as a passer he's become. I think he's completing 70% of his passes, which I think he should have won MVP last year. Have so much respect for him.
That's Chris Jones of the Chiefs. What was your take on that in the break? That you're just going to say the guy that you're about to play deserved to win MVP?
Chris Jones during Super Bowl week, I saw a clip of it, gushing over Josh Allen, how he absolutely deserved to win the MVP. He would have voted for him if he had a vote for MVP. They're all just...
And now he's saying Lamar should have won MVP.
Yeah. And you know what? Chris Jones also, he likes to be the center of attention. So...
Yeah. I saw a new Bills hater take.
Ooh, what do you got?
That I've never seen before. We'll give you who needs to just get results when we come back. A new hater take. Familiar with I don't even need to say the name. The new hater Josh Allen take, which is like this is like the most Skip Bayless-y guy out there right now on football Twitter. But whatever.
Theo Ash?
No. Oh. There's a take I saw yesterday that I've never seen before.
Okay.
Which is essentially that Josh Allen got Ken Dorsey fired.
Okay.
By throwing interceptions.
Okay.
And since then, he can't be trusted to... Since then, the new guy's plan to fix is to feature Allen less, run the ball better, give him better protection than ever, don't force the ball to any one receiver. And then the follow-up, I think, is what really set people off. It's annoying we have to pretend this is MVP quarterback play.
Ah, who is this?
Because it's the idea that
Ryan Clark?
He's not doing as much as he used to. So what was more valuable? When he had to do everything, or now that he doesn't have to do... Or is it more valuable when they can play a game now and he doesn't even have to be that involved?
So let me get this straight. For years, they said they need to make Allen do less, and then he does less,
and that's
does it at the most efficient point of any quarterback in football.
That's what's truly
and
annoying.
It's still a problem.
Exactly right.
Is it Ryan Clark?
It's not Ryan Clark.
Who is it?
I don't need to tell you. I'll tell you off the air. We don't need to speak names. It's not Nick Wright either.
I figured it wasn't Nick Wright. He's got him on the top of quarterback mountain.
He has him on Mahomes Mountain.
Mahomes Mountain, yeah.
He has him above Mahomes on Mahomes' own mountain.
Right.
So even he's coming around a little bit on Mahomes is not as good as he used to be. Anyways, when we come back, we'll continue looking at this Bills-Saints matchup. Also, Flyover Radio returns at 9:30 with a flyover coming up at 1 o'clock on Sunday. That's all ahead here on a Football Friday here on WGR. It's not that the Saints have this imposing offense, Chris, but I think third down defense is on the minds of a lot of fans. And again, it's Spencer Rattler. It's not a terrible group of receivers, but I wonder for you, like, how much you'll be watching for how the Bills defense looks in this game, and maybe even in those specific circumstances like third downs that they haven't looked so great so far.
Yeah, I mean, Rattler has arm talent. I don't think there's any debate about that. I mean, he's a talented quarterback. I find his 5.37 yards per attempt interesting. I was trying to pick the brain of some Saints people I was talking to this week to see if that's more a byproduct of lack of protection, or is it, hey, we just want to take high percentage completions to just try to stay on schedule offensively. I think it is more of the latter, and that worked well for them in the first 2 weeks, which both ended up being one-score losses. The wheels fell off last week because of special teams more than anything else, where, you know, they get a punt return for a touchdown, they get a kick blocked, and it gets recovered at their 12-yard line. Seattle goes in and scores, and then they give up a 60-yard kickoff return, and Seattle goes in and scores again. And before they know it, it's 21-0. So I don't know if they can, I mean, if they can avoid that, the first two games would indicate that they're at least good enough to stay in a game. Whether they can do that against the Bills in a road environment, I think is another consideration. But they can make plays. We know that. Every NFL team has good talent. They force feed the ball to Olave. He's second in the league in third down receptions. So you kind of have a good idea of where they're going on third down. So you roll all that together and you say, okay, well, maybe they can do a few things. But you're right. I think it's more about putting some of the Bills, I don't even know if, I guess you would call them deficiencies right now, under the microscope. That is third down defense. I think it's also red zone defense, guys, because through 3 games, the Bills' red zone defense is giving up 6.6 yards per carry. That's got to get appreciably better. They got to cut that number in half, maybe even more, if they want to be a more efficient red zone defense.
I think the Bills have intentionally built the tight end room exactly how you see it now, the way they want it, and the way what you see. And it reminds me a lot of the running back room. And I've said this kind of when I was out at training camp watching it evolve a little bit, which is in both rooms you have 3 guys, right? And you have your one guy that's the athletic, on the field, can beat you, get the ball in his hands. That's James Cook at running back, and it's Dalton Kincaid for the most part, at tight end. And we've seen him start to have a resurgence here. Then you have a guy who can kind of be a little bit more of a power guy and really help out in situations where short yardage, whatever. That's Ray Davis. That's Jackson Hawes.
Yep.
And then you have your guy that kind of does a little bit of everything. That's Ty Johnson. That's Dawson Knox, right? It's not a one-for-one comparison. I get it. But they have these 3 different skill sets of one guy who's all the way kind of one extreme, if you will. Another guy's another extreme. One guy that's in the middle. And that's what you have at tight end. So when the Bills throw these guys out there, teams kind of have to pick and choose, what they can do. And what they found out along the way, and this is a big reason of the conversation we had about about Dalton Kincaid. What they found out along the way is, Dalton Kincaid can start blocking now. Jackson Hawes can catch passes now. And we can throw him down the field on a seam, and he can beat the Ravens. And I just think that really puts a defense in a bind.
Yeah, I saw a good tweet from, I think it was Steve Palazzolo the other day, too. It's like the biggest difference in the league right now might be the teams that have tight ends that are willing to block and can block and the teams that don't. And I thought immediately about how, Kyle Pitts is this. Kyle Pitts just never been a good blocker. He probably never will be a good blocker. And Kincaid is not known for that. But I feel like every game I'm seeing a clip of Kincaid throwing a guy around. So
he's developed.
He's at least willing to do it.
I also think there's part of it is willingness, Joe. But I also think in Sal, he's developed the area of his game. It's not just that he's willing; it's that he's gotten good at it.
And he's the pass catching one.
Yes.
So that's usually a good sign.
That guy was in Buffalo all offseason, and he lived in the weight room. And I know people say that because it sounds good. I'm telling you, that guy was in Buffalo all offseason, and he lived in the weight room. And he took everything to heart and everything seriously, that what was said and what was told to him.
Bills and Saints on Sunday, 1 o'clock. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills will possibly not have Ed Oliver and Matt Milano again. They have not practiced again throughout the week. Sean McDermott will be on with Sal Kapacio coming up in the Extra Point Show, so stay tuned for that on game designations. Spencer Brown, also worth watching. He also has not practiced throughout the week, so he's dealing with a calf injury, and A.J. Epinesa was limited for the second day in a row with a pectoral injury. For the Saints, Chase Young, who has not played yet this season, non-participant at practice Thursday. It looks very unlikely that he'll play on Sunday as well. Thursday Night Football, Seattle winning over Arizona at the end. A long field goal wins it as time expired after Arizona had come back to tie the football game. At the Ryder Cup, not going well for Team USA early on here. Of the 4 groups, Europe leads in 3 of them, one by 4 holes already, one by 3 holes, and one by 1. The only U.S. group that's leading is Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay over Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland. That's it so far, and they're only up by 1. Sabres were in action last night in the preseason. They fall 5-2 to Detroit. Really nice goal by Josh Doan, and they'll be back in action tomorrow at 3 o'clock, again against the Red Wings. That'll be at KeyBank Center. You can listen right here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Sports Talk on WGR, presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet. Stream the new season of Tulsa King exclusively on Paramount Plus.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
Yeah, the challenge is, again, they're going to have their ears pinned back. They want to win as badly as anybody in the league right now, and there's no easy games in this league. They're going to come out, they're going to have their best shot, and we got to figure out how to stop that and adjust accordingly.
It's a screen pass to Shakir. Has a blocker in front, racing to the end zone, and he's in. It's a 15-yard screen pass for a touchdown.
Pauses a dog, the way he attacks in the run game and then catches he's made in those critical moments. So it's cool to see.
Allen going to roll left, looking for someone in the end zone, and now Shovel passes it complete to Jackson Hawes for his first career touchdown.
You have James Cook and you have our offensive line, and then you have our skill guys handing the ball off and letting James do his thing.
Handoff to Cook, who goes into the end zone almost untouched for a 2-yard touchdown run. The Cook is in the kitchen.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Welcome back. Ryder Cup continues. It's a football Friday here on WGR, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's hometown fuel. Game day ready since 1922. We'll have the super great American football frenzy for you in this segment. Flyover radio returning at 9:30, so stay tuned for that. Master Sergeant Elizabeth Canfield's going to join us, talk about the plane that's going to be flying overhead. 1 o'clock on Sunday for Bills and Saints. Before we do any of that, though, I was listening to the Fitz and Whit podcast yesterday. Mm-hmm. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Andrew Whitworth. They had Dion Dawkins on the podcast. I just want to play this clip from it. Dion Dawkins, who we've talked about this a little bit, how he plays the position a little differently than other guys.
Yes. Yeah, I would say he's a very unique player.
Yeah. I mean, game like this, the Saints aren't super intimidating, but they do have Cameron Jordan. And if you got a backup right tackle, Dawkins is probably on an island by himself a lot.
Yep.
He had a really good clip about how he plays and talked about Myles Garrett a little bit too. Like here's Dawkins on that. Like it's tough to fully appreciate, I think, how good he is at what he does, but this is a good way of him trying to describe it.
My style of play came with freedom, right? It came with being able to be myself. When I establish myself as I can protect the quarterback, right? When people are looking at me like, look, learn from Dion, do this, look, this is why he does this. That's when that started to get overly like, all right, I'm going to test this out. I'm going to see if it really works in a game. And I've tried so many different things, right? Like I am an unorthodox tackle because you never know how I'm going to set. And in my mindset, I want to have it like that because I've looked at, but like a guy like Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas is going to have his same set every single rep. If they're passing, it's going to look the same. He's going to vertical set. He's going to grab you because he's strong. I was like, cool, bro. I need to be able to change these sets up. These DNs, they're not regular people. These guys are superhuman.
That's Dawkins. He goes on to talk more about like Myles Garrett and how when he plays guys like that can impact how he does it. But that's interesting, right? Like that. I think you would assume that about every tackle, right? Like, they line up the same way on every single play. Any play, it's going to be a pass play. And Dawkins, like, I line up differently depending on who I play against.
Yeah.
Like, and we've seen clips of that where Dawkins is like 3 yards outside of where the guard is. Like, he's just way off the line, like out in space.
Or like the entire offensive line's in a 3-point stance and he's in a 2-point stance with a 2-foot gap between him and the guard. Yeah, his spacing and gaps is unique to him. The rest of the offensive line does not follow suit. Like he's He has a unique playing style. There's no doubt about it.
He had the 6th best odds coming into the year for Protector of the Year. The first Protector of the Year award.
Yep.
Which he helped create, which I always thought would help him.
Yeah. Like inside job, a little bias there.
I wonder where that is. I don't know if there's updated odds on that. Protector of the Year. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought on Bills and Saints, who needs to just get results? Could be Dion Dawkins, a little bit of a tougher job with maybe no Spencer Brown. We'll see on that. Brought to you by Dan Chacha, Injury Attorneys. Who needs to get results? Brought to you by Dan Chacha. Don't worry, Chacha's gotcha. All right, who needs to just get results against the Saints?
The defensive line. I'm going to say the defensive line. They need to have a bounce back performance from their 0 sack performance against Tua last week in that Dolphins offensive line.
All right. Would you even specifically go to Greg Rousseau on that?
Yes.
Because Bosa's made plays
Bosa's
and has gotten pressures, but Rousseau has been very quiet.
I would say Rousseau, and I think TJ Sanders needs to step up. If he wants to be on the game day roster when Larry Ogunjobi's back, he's got to start making plays now.
Right, it's more even just getting results for this game, but just to keep your job.
Yeah.
Right? To stay on the field and continue to get opportunities.
Yeah.
I'll go with, I don't know if he's going to play, so it's tough to put him in there, but I'll go with Landon Jackson, kind of for the same reason. If he gets a jersey, you got to do something. Because otherwise, when Hoyt comes back, Ogunjobi doesn't have to get a jersey when he comes back. Hoyt does. That's the difference there. Hoyt is going to be on the field. He is going to have a role. And Ogunjobi might or might not. So for Jackson, if he gets a jersey, it might be even more imperative for him that he does something.
I would agree.
All right, time for the Super Great American Football Frenzy on a Friday as we roll through Week 4 in the NFL. All right. A lot of good games. Week 4 in the NFL.
Yes.
Welcome to the early morning NFL game part of the season.
Ugh.
You don't like it?
No.
Oh, I so disagree.
Not in Ryder Cup week. I don't need it.
All right, fine. On Ryder Cup week,
Any other week but Ryder Cup week.
In general, though, I love having football on when I wake up in the morning.
I wonder, will this be the least watched Sunday morning game of the year?
Because of the Ryder Cup?
Yes.
The NFL will still
probably
destroy the Ryder Cup with ratings because it's the NFL.
Instead of... Yeah.
But sure, no, I know what you mean. In comparison to the other NFL games, you might be right. So it's Steelers and Vikings in Dublin, so neutral site. Vikings are favored in this game by 1.5. The Steelers have a winning record, but they don't look good at all.
They don't, no. And Aaron Rodgers looks cooked.
Carson Wentz, could he hang on to that job?
Yes.
You think he could?
I think he could. What he would have to do it is not probably, I wouldn't predict, but he could do it.
He's so reckless.
Yes.
It's just, man, like the idea that he plays cleanly until J.J. McCarthy comes back is, I don't know how
it's asking a lot.
Yeah. Vikings favored in this game. Houston and Tennessee. Texans, how about the Texans being favored by 7 when it is a struggle for them to score 7 in a game?
Yeah.
Kind of like the Titans in that. But it's not like the Titans have looked good. And Cam Ward is dealing with an injury now. So, I don't know. Like that's a gross game. But we'll see if Ward plays. He did fully practice yesterday. So even though he's on the report, he did fully practice. Next up, Commanders and Falcons. No word yet if Jaden Daniels is going to start. I don't know if it matters. Atlanta looked like one of the tougher games on the Bills' schedule in the beginning part of the year.
It doesn't look that way right now.
No, 30-0 against the Panthers is one of the worst results of the season. Penix threw like the worst pick 6 you've ever seen. So yeah, not impressed by Atlanta. Browns and Lions. What are the Browns to you? If their defense is elite, what could they be? Let me put it this way. How different are they than the Texans? Top defenses with offenses that look like they can't do anything.
I mean, they have a quarterback that should be a lot better than the Browns, but hasn't
Stroud,
been.
right.
Hasn't been. Are we talking probably the 2 of the 3 best defenses in football
are on bad teams,
along with the 2 worst offensive lines in football? And
Cleveland?
Yeah.
Is Cleveland's line that bad now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they're like...
Houston's is the worst.
It's the worst. And the best part
All right.
is I saw a chart with Laramie Tunsil as right now like the highest rated offensive tackle through 3 weeks.
That was the weirdest trade I've ever seen. It was always weird. The Texans, the problem last year was their line, and their biggest offseason move was trading their best lineman away.
And then waiting for the board during the draft to fall terribly for them. And then them have to reach for probably a second-round tackle in the first round. Yeah.
Carolina at New England. Are the Panthers feisty here? They won big last week. They looked really bad the first 2 weeks.
I think they're going to kind of consistently raise their game a little bit.
New England getting 4.5 points in this game.
Yeah.
I don't know they should be favored by 4.5 against
I don't think so either.
Anybody except maybe New Orleans. New England 1-2, and they play the Bills next week. Chargers and Giants. They'll handle business here, right? It's Jackson Dart's debut, though. So are we open at all to Jackson Dart, showing up and getting a big win at home right away? He had a great preseason. What'd you think of him in the draft? That might be what it comes down to. Because I was not high on him after the draft.
liked Dart. But we'll see how that ends up going. He can't be worse than week 1 and week 3, Russ Wilson.
True.
But only Russell Wilson could manage to get benched a week late after throwing for 450 yards.
All that talk of that game in week 2. Here's a couple things that happened in week 2. Sure, he threw a bunch of bombs down the field. He did it against the worst pass defense in the league right now. And let's not all forget, he threw an insanely bad interception to lose that football game.
One of the worst interceptions I've ever seen.
So sure, he threw for 400 yards. He lost them the football game.
Yeah.
So
it's hard to throw for 400 yards, 3 touchdowns, and then lose your team the game, but he did it.
He fully deserved to be benched. Totally. He was terrible. Eagles at Bucks. I like the Bucks. Bucks are 3-point underdogs at home.
I like the Bucks.
Now, the weird thing about Tampa, though, is they've played close games against bad teams.
Yeah.
But they've won them all.
Here's the thing. Is there a team better equipped down the middle to stifle the tush push? Vita Vea, right in the middle.
They also signed Desmond Watson back.
That's right.
The 464-pound defensive tackle.
I think they got him down to 450. Which is why they re-signed him.
Here's why I don't think everyone's talking about like how he could be the tush push stopper. Hey, maybe even after the game you wave him, and then the next team that plays the Eagles picks him up. Then the next game, he's like a traveling tush push stopper.
That's really funny.
Here's why I don't actually think he will dress or even make an impact. How will you get him on the field for the tush push? The Eagles don't sub when they do the tush push. So how are you going to get him out there?
Yeah.
You got to have him out there already for the third down
and you're
play.
not doing that.
You're not going to want him out there. So, and the Eagles will know that. So I don't think he'll dress because I don't know how you get him out there. You can't do it. Vita Vea, though, is a good point. Like, he can help stop it. Eagles and Bucks. So Colts and Rams is next up. This is a who's who game for the Colts. If they win on the road,
you have now that's the Baker Mayfield planting the flag in the logo. Right. That's what that is.
Like we're here.
We're not going anywhere
because the Rams are good.
Yes, they are.
They should have won that game against the Eagles.
They blew that lead. They got They got cocky.
Yeah. What do you expect from the Colts?
They say 26-7 is the worst lead in football. They say that.
Who says that?
People
the team that lost by 27 the week before. What would you expect the Colts to be competitive in this game and win it?
I expect it to be a close game.
I wonder if this is going to look like if it's going to be okay. Wait a minute, there's the Colts I thought I was going to see, and they lose by 20.
I don't think so.
I think it's possible.
I was right about Jared Goff. I'm going to be right about the Colts. I think the Colts might be the second or third best team in the AFC.
I just still am betting against Daniel Jones doing this for a season. That's my personal opinion.
Shane Steichen.
Jags at Niners. So Brock Purdy's probably going to play. He's still dealing with injury. The Jags are, again, one of these teams with a winning record that just have not looked good at all. Brian Thomas Jr. has had a horrible start to the year. Travis Hunter, he's looked better on defense, actually, than he has on offense.
But they don't play him. He's the second overall pick.
He plays like 22% on defense.
You mortgaged your future for him, and he plays like 40% of the snaps for a player that plays both ways.
What is his snap count so far this year?
It's bad, dude. It's bad.
I thought I saw he was playing like what it added up to about 100%. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Not last week.
He's played... No, it's more than you think. He's played 59% on offense and 47% on defense.
It's still bad.
But that adds up to more than 100.
I know, but it's bad.
Well, on offense, that's part of it. Like, he's out there, but he's not doing anything.
Especially what they're doing offensively.
Right. He's not worth the pick if he's a pretty good corner that plays half the snaps. Yeah. That's not worth it. He's got to make an impact on offense, and he has not at all. So the Jaguars are getting 4.5 in that game. They're an underdog. Ravens at Chiefs. We spent a lot of time talking about this game, but we spent most time talking about what you want to have happen. What do you think will happen? You think it'll be close?
I do think it'll be close.
I think the Ravens are going to blow them out. That's my opinion. I think the Ravens are going to smoke them.
I think it's going to be a close game. I think that whoever has the ball last wins. And I think if the Ravens get out ahead early to a 14-point lead, they will lose the game.
If the Ravens get out
if they force the Chiefs to throw the football,
the Chiefs can't throw the ball like the Bills did in week 1.
They can't stop the throw. Tyquan Thornton might have 200 yards. If they get down by 2 scores, they will light the Ravens up. And the Ravens will make 1 to 2 terrible decisions in the game, and that will be that.
The Chiefs don't do that, though, to anybody.
I know.
Anybody.
But the Ravens let stuff like that happen to anybody.
You know how it'll happen? Mahomes, I'm going to bet the Mahomes over on rushing in this game.
Oh,
Mahomes is going to run for 100 yards. That's what's going to happen.
That John Harbaugh, with that offense, should probably never punt. And he always punts.
Yeah.
He's been the single thing that's held them back.
Yeah, he's been bad.
Coaching has held that team back.
There's been bad moments.
Monken 2 years ago in the AFC Championship game.
Yep.
Turning them into, June Jones and Hawaii's spread throw the ball all around offense. Yeah, coaching has held them back. And to me, if it's a battle of coaching, then I think advantage Chiefs.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Next up, Bears and Raiders. Caleb Williams with a nice bounce-back game last week. He did play Dallas.
So
that helps.
I think you could throw for 200 yards against Dallas.
Not that the Raiders are necessarily this juggernaut on the defensive side of the football. Ashton Genty, more yards after contact. Wait, what is it? He has
more yards.
He has 101 yards after contact and only 101 yards on the season. I think that's what it is. Because he's getting hit in the backfield.
Yeah, their O-line's
all
bad.
The time.
Their O-line's bad.
Packers and Cowboys. This is the Sunday night game, and it's the Micah Parsons revenge game already in Dallas. Everyone in the world is going to be betting Micah Parsons to get a sack in this game. Right?
Yes. Maybe 2.
2, maybe 3. That would be fun. Also, can I bet on this? Every single time Micah Parsons makes a play, the TV camera is going to pan up to Jerry Jones in the suite.
How many times is Jerry Jones going to be featured on TV?
Oh, they're going to show him. They're going to show him 12 times.
A lot.
It's going to be a dozen times.
Yeah.
Double header on Monday night. Dolphins wearing their rivalry series jerseys against the Jets. That's the sharpest money bet of the week. But man, I don't like the idea of giving points away and taking the Dolphins. I don't know. The Jets, they were not competitive against the Bills, but both these teams stink. So really, I guess anything could happen. If they lost to the Jets at home on Monday Night Football, could that be the final straw for McDaniel? It's a bad team you'd be losing to at home.
I think that he stinks.
0-4.
And he should be fired before Halloween. I'm just not sure that they're going to do it.
I think there's a chance. And then finally, because it's a doubleheader on Monday Night Football, Bengals at Broncos. Denver better get going here. There are only so many teams in the league, or in the AFC, that I think are capable of winning 10 games. Denver's one of them. So, Jake Browning and the Bengals, who just got smoked by the Vikings, if you're Denver, you better win this one.
Yes, I agree.
You don't win this one, and I don't know where you are. Bo Nix is the worst quarterback in the league this year by EPA per play. He's missing downfield guys that are wide open.
Yes, he is. Marvin Mims, so I own him in fantasy. I'd like for him to hit him.
Come on, Denver. Are you going to be a real team here? You should roll Cincinnati. But We'll see. Browning getting a full week now to prepare, another full week to prepare. He had better games last year. We'll see what that looks like. All right, that's week 4 in the NFL around the Bills and Saints game. When we come back, Flyover Radio returns. Master Sergeant Elizabeth Canfield on the plane that is going to be flying over the KC-135 Highmark Stadium on Sunday. That when we come back here on a Football Friday here on WGR.
I think the Bills have intentionally built the tight end room exactly how you see it now, the way they want it, and the way what you see. And it reminds me a lot of the running back room. And I've said this kind of when I was out at training camp watching it evolve a little bit, which is in both rooms you have 3 guys, right? And you have your one guy that's the athletic, on the field, can beat you, get the ball in his hands. That's James Cook at running back, and it's Dalton Kincaid for the most part, at tight end. And we've seen him start to have a resurgence here. Then you have a guy who can kind of be a little bit more of a power guy and really help out in situations where short yardage, whatever. That's Ray Davis. That's Jackson Hawes.
Yep.
And then you have your guy that kind of does a little bit of everything. That's Ty Johnson. That's Dawson Knox, right? It's not a one-for-one comparison. I get it. But they have these 3 different skill sets of one guy who's all the way kind of one extreme, if you will. Another guy's another extreme. One guy that's in the middle. And that's what you have at tight end. So when the Bills throw these guys out there, teams kind of have to pick and choose, what they can do. And what they found out along the way, and this is a big reason of the conversation we had about about Dalton Kincaid. What they found out along the way is, Dalton Kincaid can start blocking now. Jackson Hawes can catch passes now. And we can throw him down the field on a seam, and he can beat the Ravens. And I just think that really puts a defense in a bind.
Yeah, I saw a good tweet from, I think it was Steve Palazzolo the other day, too. It's like the biggest difference in the league right now might be the teams that have tight ends that are willing to block and can block and the teams that don't. And I thought immediately about how, the Kyle Pitts is this. Kyle Pitts just never been a good blocker. He probably never will be a good blocker. And Kincaid is not known for that. But I feel like every game I'm seeing a clip of Kincaid throwing a guy around. So
he's developed.
He's at least willing to do it.
I also think there's part of it is willingness, Joe. But I also think in Sal, he's developed the area of his game. It's not just that he's willing; it's that he's gotten good at it.
And he's the pass catching one.
Yeah.
So that's usually a good sign.
That guy was in Buffalo all offseason, and he lived in the weight room. And I know people say that because it sounds good. I'm telling you, that guy was in Buffalo all offseason, and he lived in the weight room. And he took everything to heart and everything seriously, that what was said and what was told to him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he goes through his reads quick. He'll tuck in and run if he has to. They got his own read offense. We're working on all those angles, and yeah, they got a good offense. Even though they lost last game, they got a solid offense. They've been in most of the games they played this year, so they're a smooth team, good offense, and we're ready for a challenge.
Greg Rousseau, a lot of fans waiting for him to make a big impact. No tackles for loss through 3 games this season, and obviously sacks would be nice too, but a lot of the grading and stuff still shows that he's been fine so far this year, but not making a big impact yet. So we'll see if this Sunday is the start of that for Greg Rousseau. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. Bills and Saints on Sunday at 1 o'clock. It's a football Friday. Very quick update on the Ryder Cup. It is not going well for the U.S. They are down in 3 of the 4 matches right now. They are not up in any of them, and they're down 4 in 2. So, yeah, it is not a great start for Team USA, but it's only day 1, and we're only halfway through, so a lot of time to go. Brian Koziel will join us in about 10 minutes here. He's finally into Bethpage. It was crazy getting in with all the traffic and additional screenings that they have going on because the president's going to be there today. So Brian's in, though, and he's been watching, so we'll have him for an update in a little over 10 minutes here. But first up, it's return of Flyover Radio, which is super exciting. We haven't had the ability to do that yet because of night games, but that's one of the benefits of a 1 o'clock home game. So Master Sergeant Elizabeth Cat Snake Canfield is now on the West Her hotline. Elizabeth, thanks for coming on, and I'm sure you're happy, too, that we get a 1 o'clock game here.
Yeah, absolutely. We love doing the flyovers.
So you've been a Bills fan all your life?
I sure have. Born and raised in Buffalo.
Awesome. How far back do you go? Into the 90s? When did your fandom start?
Probably mid-90s. I am a 90s baby, so I have a bunch of older brothers. My dad, they've been Bills fans their whole life, so I was introduced to it at a young age.
All right. So the KC 135 is this Sunday, and that is we had that last year, talked a little bit about that last year, but to remind some that maybe weren't there for that game or obviously wouldn't have heard us about it last year, this is a big guy, right? A big refueling plane.
Yep. Yeah, our main mission is doing the aerial refueling, so it's a pretty big airplane. Max takeoff weight's 322,000 pounds. Approximately. But yeah, my job is controlling the boom in the back and offloading gas to the receivers when they need it.
So what does that mean? When you're the boom operator in the back, is that the refueling part of this?
Yes. Yeah, so I control the boom that comes down from the back of the airplane, which everybody in attendance on Sunday will be able to see. The boom will be down. And we basically bring in a receiver aircraft, and I have to control that boom, make a contact, and we start the transfer of fuel to them.
What is your role going to be on Sunday?
I will be on the roof doing the ground control, like radios for the crew, just to make sure that the timing is all good and they hit their mark. Okay. And the timing on that would be like during, like there's, I'm sure, a mark like during the national anthem, because the plane, I think I remember this from last year, because, I mean, the KC-135 is so big. From where I was last year, I thought I saw it circling what had been over the lake for like a while before the game, before it would have got the cue to fly over. Yeah, most crews will hold over the lake for a little bit. The timing is kind of based on the national anthem singer, and they kind of want to coincide it with the end of the national anthem. So the crew, I think, is going to fly a pattern around kind of like the southern tier area to make that timing. But if they need to, they can hold over the lake, and you guys should be able to see them as well. The KC-135 Stratotanker. So how fast are we talking? I'm sure there'll be faster planes, but this one's obviously big. So what's the speed like on this plane? So the pilot, I think he's either going to go slow and loud or about 250 knots. I don't know if he's decided yet. So slow and loud could be cool because then you guys get a really good picture of it. But obviously the faster is going to be a little bit more exciting. Yeah. So is that? I'm sure there are regulations within like what range he can fly over the stadium on that. Yes, it's heavily regulated for sure. What about how high over the stadium it goes? 1,500 feet is the altitude. 1,500 feet.
In terms of like timing of the game, so like there are only a couple 1:00 games this year. Are you familiar with like what the regulations are on like there's no night game flyovers, but like when we get 4:25 p.m. starts, that should be games that will get the same thing?
I believe so, as far as I know. As long as it's just not nighttime, then there could be a flyover. Yes.
Master Sergeant Elizabeth Catsnake Canfield on the West Her Hotline. Is this a plane you've flown before?
I've been on this airplane for about 7 years now, yes.
Okay. How many planes in general would, a pilot or you yourself be, familiar with?
So our squadron's a little different. We used to have the C-130 here, but typically pilots or boom operators will stay on the same airframe their entire career.
Okay. The KC-135 Stratotanker, which is the one that you'll see over the stadium on Sunday. So get to your seats early. And Elizabeth, thanks for coming on Sunday, giving some insight. And we look forward to seeing it before the game on Sunday.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Go Bills.
Go Bills. Elizabeth Canfield on the Western Hotline as this is the big guy. And again, last year I think it was a lot slower that they flew it over the stadium because it hung over the stadium for just in comparison to other flyovers. So very exciting that we get that back in the fold, and sure, we'll get that on Sunday at 1:00 against the New Orleans Saints. 803-0550 is the phone number. We are going to have a check-in with Brian Koziel in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to take an early break here. He is at Bethpage. So early break, we get a couple extra minutes with Brian before we get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. So stay tuned for that. The U.S. is not doing well off the start here, but we'll see if they can rebound. Actually, they did just have a winning hole by Colin Morikawa. Made a nice putt, but they were down 5. So they're running out of holes. If they're going to make a comeback, it's got to happen here, at least in the first round here with the alternate shot foursomes. 803-0550, the phone number. Jody Biasi. It's Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR.
I think the Bills have intentionally built the tight end room exactly how you see it now, the way they want it, and the way what you see. And it reminds me a lot of the running back room. And I've said this kind of when I was out at training camp watching it evolve a little bit, which is in both rooms you have 3 guys, right? And you have your one guy that's the athletic, on the field, can beat you, get the ball in his hands. That's James Cook at running back, and it's Dalton Kincaid for the most part, at tight end. And we've seen him start to have a resurgence here. Then you have a guy who can kind of be a little bit more of a power guy and really help out in situations where short yardage, whatever. That's Ray Davis. That's Jackson Hawes.
Yep.
And then you have your guy that kind of does a little bit of everything. That's Ty Johnson. That's Dawson Knox, right? It's not a one-for-one comparison. I get it. But they have these 3 different skill sets of one guy who's all the way kind of one extreme, if you will. Another guy's another extreme. One guy that's in the middle. And that's what you have at tight end. So when the Bills throw these guys out there, teams kind of have to pick and choose, what they can do. And what they found out along the way, and this is a big reason of the conversation we had about about Dalton Kincaid. What they found out along the way is, Dalton Kincaid can start blocking now. Jackson Hawes can catch passes now. And we can throw him down the field on a seam, and he can beat the Ravens. And I just think that really puts a defense in a bind.
Yeah, I saw a good tweet from, I think it was Steve Palazzolo the other day, too. It's like the biggest difference in the league right now might be the teams that have tight ends that are willing to block and can block and the teams that don't. And I thought immediately about how, the Kyle Pitts is this. Kyle Pitts just never been a good blocker. He probably never will be a good blocker. And Kincaid is not known for that. But I feel like every game I'm seeing a clip of Kincaid throwing a guy around. So
he's at
least willing to do it.
I also think there's part of it is willingness, Joe. But I also think in Sal, he's developed the area of his game. It's not just that he's willing; it's that he's gotten good at it.
And he's the pass catching one.
Yeah.
So that's usually a good sign.
That guy was in Buffalo all offseason, and he lived in the weight room. And I know people say that because it sounds good. I'm telling you, that guy was in Buffalo all offseason, and he lived in the weight room. And he took everything to heart and everything seriously, that what was said and what was told to him.
it's not that the Saints have this imposing offense, Chris, but I think third down defense is on the minds of a lot of fans. And again, it's Spencer Rattler. It's not a terrible group of receivers, but I wonder for you, like, how much you'll be watching for how the Bills defense looks in this game, and maybe even in those specific circumstances like third downs that they haven't looked so great so far.
Yeah, I mean, Rattler has arm talent. I don't think there's any debate about that. I mean, he's a talented quarterback. I find his 5.37 yards per attempt interesting. I was trying to pick the brain of some Saints people I was talking to this week to see if that's more a byproduct of lack of protection, or is it, hey, we just want to take high percentage completions to just try to stay on schedule offensively. I think it is more of the latter. And that worked well for them in the first 2 weeks, which both ended up being one-score losses. The wheels fell off last week because of special teams more than anything else, where, you know, they get a punt return for a touchdown, they get a kick blocked, and it gets recovered at their 12-yard line. Seattle goes in and scores, and then they give up a 60-yard kickoff return, and Seattle goes in and scores again. And before they know it, it's 21-0. So I don't know if they can. I mean, if they can avoid that, the first two games would indicate that they're at least good enough to stay in a game. Whether they can do that against the Bills in a road environment, I think is another consideration. But they can make plays. We know that. Every NFL team has good talent. They force-feed the ball to Olave. He's second in the league in third down receptions. So you kind of have a good idea of where they're going on third down. So you roll all that together and you say, okay, well, maybe they can do a few things. But you're right. I think it's more about putting some of the Bills, I don't even know if, I guess you would call them deficiencies right now, under the microscope. That is third down defense. I think it's also red zone defense, guys, because through 3 games, the Bills' red zone defense is giving up 6.6 yards per carry. That's got to get appreciably better. They got to cut that number in half, maybe even more, if they want to be a more efficient red zone defense.
All right, time for a Ryder Cup update from Brian Koziel, who has made it into Bethpage Black. Man, Brian, I'm seeing other people text me too. Like, getting in there has been a nightmare, I guess.
Yes, Long Island traffic, Friday, plus the President of the United States coming in. There's a whole bunch of extra things that are happening because of it, and lots of government cars around. So I have not been on the grounds ever at an event where the President of the United States has been. So I feel like this is something that is definitely a little bit different. And I think, honestly, the PGA of America is probably also doing this on the fly, because you've got one of the most congested areas in the country, plus it's day one of the Ryder Cup, plus it's a Friday, and now the President's coming in. So it was a difficult get in, but I know people are excited to be in. We're in the grounds now. We can see some golf, and I've been watching a decent amount of it on my phone, and of course it feels like we're right back into Ryder Cup, what we see all the time. Europe making all the putts, and at times the U.S. being disappointed when they have the chance to make something.
Yeah, so at the moment, Schauffele and Cantlay are up 1, and then the other 3 U.S. pairings are all down, and 2 of them by 4. And you're right, putts have been missed. What is it more than that? I mean, the Rory-Fleetwood pairing, I'm seeing stats about how, like, in 40 holes they've never trailed. Like, so this is their type of game here. But any idea that the way they made the course a little easier in the rough, and, you know, made the fairways maybe a little bit wider? I mean, you're not really seeing the U.S. take advantage of much of the course so far.
Yeah, I think that was by design, Joe. I think, for the most part, the U.S. wants to play aggressive. I think they're maybe, if I was going to label them as less disciplined than Europe, I think that's the case. And you want to take advantage of the fact that you have players like Scheffler and DeChambeau and guys that can really bomb it off the tee. I mean, other than McIlroy, most of the European players are known for maybe being a little bit more stoic, reserved in terms of how they approach the game. But, man, they all can putt. We know we've seen Justin Rose do it for years. Early on here, Oberg is doing it, Fitzpatrick's doing it. McIlroy and Fleetwood are going to be a machine. My guess is they're going to play all 4 sessions as long as they physically are able to. I mean, it looks like they're just going to walk out there and just get a guaranteed point for Team Europe every single time. That's going to be really tough for the U.S. if they just keep rolling those 2 out in every session.
How did you feel about how the pairings ended up for the U.S. and the decisions made by Keegan Bradley?
I am okay with starting with Bryson. I think, to be honest, he's probably playing as good as anybody minus Scotty Scheffler. So I would like to, again, as long as they're physically up for it, him to play in every session, Scheffler to play in every session. To me, I understand, hey, he's going to ease in the rookies. Look at right now, a guy like J.J. Spawn is just playing better golf than Colin Morikawa is. So, I would have rather have seen Spawn out there, and you pair him up with a guy that's played in it before. I'm not saying throw out 2 rookies together, but there's a couple of U.S. first-timers here. Griffin, we know, down the stretch started to play better. I know in the afternoon, I'm sure that we'll see some of them, but I feel like I would have liked to have seen maybe some of the guys that are playing their better golf right now out there early. The U.S. tends to get themselves in a hole in this format. This format overall, Europe has been better in. So I guess I'll say so-so. I like that they started with Bryson, I think, to get the energy going and all that sort of stuff, which he did with that incredible shot going for the green, cutting the corner on number 1. I like that, but I would have liked to have seen some of the other golfers in, regardless of their Ryder Cup experience, even if they're on the rookie label this year.
Yeah, that shot was incredible. The Rahm shot, Brian, out of the heather.
Yeah, out of the huge heather. Oh my goodness, that was amazing. I feel like I had flashbacks of, remember Jordan Spieth at the last Ryder Cup where he was sideways on a hill and he hit it and he actually ran down the hill and he almost looked like he was going to fall off the cliff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of the setup of that, that was just amazing. I mean, Rahm's a bull, no doubt about it. I mean, I think that first match is going to be the one here to follow here when I'm done with you. I think it's going to be really, really good. Bryson is obviously, somebody you want to see in person because he's a star. He puts on a show. Whether you like him or not, whether you like that he went to live or not, there's no doubt about it that he's entertaining to watch.
Yeah. Scheffler so far, Brian, I don't know how much you've seen of every shot of his, but he missed a 7-foot putt. They would have tied one of the holes.
Yeah.
Not to say he has been terrible, but he hasn't been his dominant self. It's early, though.
Yeah, he made that putt on 2, I think, to tie it up. But, yeah, a couple of misses. And this format, too, you got to remember there's guys that maybe are, if Scheffler's not hitting the approach shot, I mean, that's where he's money. His distance control, his approach to the green where he's been number 1 all year. In this format, he's only doing it every other hole. So you really take advantage of what Scheffler's really good at times. It's tougher in this format. And that's why I think the U.S. is down right now. I mean, the McIlroy-Fleetwood match is already over, in my opinion. I know there's holes to play, but if the U.S. can hold on in the Cantlay-Schauffele matchup here and get 1 and then maybe just get a half somewhere else, if it's 2.5, 1.5 at this point, I know that sounds disappointing, but I guess I'd sign up for that right now.
I would too. I mean, that would be DeChambeau and Thomas making up 2 on Rahm and Hatton, and they're already on 13, and then Schauffele, Cantlay holding on. I think that would be a great result at this point, because you're right. They're down 4 in the other 2. I don't know. Do you have one off the top of your head? I can't remember ever seeing a comeback like that when you've only got 8 holes left.
Not recently, no. Last time, by the way, in 2023, Europe went 4-0 to start in this format, and it was chasing the entire time, and it never got close. So they don't want to go down that lane again here. I think you're right. I think DeChambeau and Thomas got to figure out a way to get at least a half point out of this. Most of the matches, by the way, in this format almost rarely go to 18. The last time a match, I believe, went to 18 in this format was 4 Ryder Cups ago. So it's been a while in this format that you've seen matches actually go the distance. I think probably if we're going to get that tie out of that first group with JT and DeChambeau, they're going to need to go all the way here at the end to try to come back.
Brian Koziel from Bethpage Black. All right, would you got a strategy on like where you're going? Because there's only golf going on 4 holes.
Yeah, I'm going to head out to the DeChambeau match here and follow it and just try to see what I can do. I know it's probably 20 and 30 deep.
Yeah.
It is quite spread out here. There's 5 courses on the property. They've got like the merchandise area and the court for hospitality, like literally on the course next to it, which is the red course. They've got this really cool area down the middle of the red course where they've got literally it's like I would call it like a village almost, with like shopping and food and everything. So that's there. The golf course itself, I'm really excited to get to. Because I didn't get in as early as I was hoping for, I have to be on the first tee for the next session. I feel like that's like a bucket list thing in sports. On that first tee, when they're announcing the names, from the United States, and then the name, and then the crowd goes nuts. So after I'm going to watch the finish here, I know there's going to be a little break in between, but I got to find my way to one because definitely got to take in that scene. I feel like as a sports junkie and a golf fan, that's one of those scenes in sports. I feel like I want to be at least once in my life.
Definitely. All right, head over there. Thanks, Brian, for the update, and I know we'll hear you chiming in throughout the station in the next couple days. So thanks again.
Okay, you got it, Joe. Thanks so much.
Brian Koziel on the Western Hotline. Yeah, again, oh man, every time you look up. So JT just put it in the bunker, but they're on a par 5, so maybe he can make up for that. Down 2, down 4, down 4, up 1. That's the state of the 4 matches right now. So he could definitely be going better, and they have some ground to make up here early. All right, that's going to do it for Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Bills and Saints on Sunday. Football Friday continues. Stay tuned. Sal Kapacio on the way next. He'll have Brian along the way, but also head coach Sean McDermott. Stay tuned for that on injury designations. See if he rules out Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. I think it would be a pretty optimistic sign to think either one of them would even be questionable. But we'll see. Otherwise, Spencer Brown, the name to watch. Hasn't practiced yet this week. He said on One Bills Live yesterday he would be fine. Didn't practice after that. So we'll see if any change in that designation for Spencer Brown. So stay tuned for head coach Sean McDermott. Sal Kapacio on the way next with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. That's on the way here on WGR.